Chapter 6:27. What? They actually managed to escape? In an ordinary palace in Gadhali Mandan, after listening to the report of the Naga patroller, Princess Vitala was so excited that she jumped up. W.M. The patroller was a position. The responsibility of this position was to manage the entire Naga patroller of Gadhali Mandan. It was the most important guard force of Gadhali Mandan. Yes, Your Highness, this subordinate was incompetent. I was unable to stop them from leaving. The Naga patroller was sweating profusely at this moment as he stuttered. Vitala snorted coldly and said sternly, "You are not incompetent. You are derelict. Since you knew that there was a riot on the dock, why didn't you rush to suppress it as soon as possible?" But they are powerhouses of the sacred domain. The chief of the Naga patrollers said awkwardly, "After the riot at the dock, our Naga patrollers in Gadalamandan had rushed there as soon as possible. The vanguard even clashed with those people, but unfortunately, they were too strong, and we couldn't stop them from leaving. They are powerhouses of the sacred domain. Don't tell me that our Naga clan doesn't have a sacred domain powerhouse. Is this your reason?" Vitala pointed at the patroller and shouted, "You are also a powerhouse of the sacred domain. Where were you when the incident happened? Also, the 8th Legion, the most elite of the merfolk, is stationed west of the dock. If you feel that you can't handle it, why don't you ask them for help?" This, faced with Vitala's stern questioning, the Naga patroller was speechless for a moment and began to mumble. In fact, someone had already reported to him that someone was causing trouble on the dock. Unfortunately, he didn't think that the matter was serious and didn't attract enough attention, so he didn't deal with it personally. He didn't expect that the person causing trouble in Gadhali Mandan was actually the person that Princess Vitala had been anxiously looking for. If he had rushed to the dock as soon as possible, with his speed as a sacred domain expert, he might have been able to fight with Ron and the others very quickly, and the development of the situation would have been completely different. At this moment, Vitala quickly calmed down and looked at the Naga patroller with a blank expression. She glanced at the Naga patroller and said lightly, "This is a major dereliction of duty. However, I don't intend to make things difficult for you. You can go to the military court to receive your punishment." "Yes, Your Highness Princess Vitala." When the Naga patroller heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been granted amnesty. His life was saved, but he would definitely not be able to keep his position. After the ranger chief left, Vitala sat down with one hand on his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. Fleet slowly approached. "Your Highness, what are you thinking about?" Vitala glanced at him and said, "I'm wondering, where did they go after leaving Gadalamandan?" Frit thought for a moment. "I've just asked some patrollers. It's said that after leaving the harbor, the ship headed straight east." "East?" Princess Vitala's eyes lit up. She stood up with a swish and said, "Bring the sea map immediately." Not long after, a huge scroll was brought over. It was carried by 2 frogman warriors. They handed it to the front of Princess Vitala's palace and slowly opened the scroll. It was a huge sea map with the distribution of various places in the Shualan continent marked on it. The most eye-catching location was the capital of the Sea Clan, Gadalamandan. Princess Vitala stretched out her slender finger and pointed at the huge map. She slowly moved along the map and finally stopped at a place. Fleet looked and saw that the direction Princess Vitala was pointing at was Lonling Island. Although Lonling Island was an island in name, it was actually 1/5 the size of the Shualan continent. Legend had it that Lonling Island was an extension of the Shualan continent. For a long time, Lonling Island and the Shualan continent were connected. However, this legend had never been officially recognized by people. "Your Highness, do you suspect that they went to Lonling Island?" Fleet asked. Vitala shook her head. "It's not a suspicion. I'm sure. If they go from the east, there's only one place like Lonling Island." Fleet nodded. "What do you plan to do, Your Highness?" "Chase." Vitala spat out a word. She slowly raised her head and glanced at Fleet. "We'll move immediately. Mobilize the 8th Army to chase after them." Vitala's eyes were filled with determination. "We must capture that girl and ask about the whereabouts of that thing. We must give our superiors an explanation. As for those two humans who cultivate the power of the dead, they've ruined my plans time and time again. They must die." Vitala's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Fleet," Vitala suddenly shouted. Fritz stood at attention and said loudly, "Yes, Your Highness. Immediately use my name to apply for a transfer order from Father. I want to mobilize the 8th Army to help me chase after them," Vitala said with a frosty expression. "What? You want to mobilize the 8th Army?" Fleet froze for a moment. The 8th Army was the most powerful army of the Sea Folk. It was stationed in the capital of Gadalamandan and was directly responsible to Poseidon. It was not subject to the jurisdiction of any military court. The 8th Army had participated in all the battles of conquering the continent and made outstanding achievements. The army had all kinds of forces. Not only did it have the most powerful navy, but it also had powerful forces such as Marines, airborne troops, and so on. Most importantly, there were many powerhouses in the army. Just the sacred domain alone had more than 20 powerhouses. With such an army, wouldn't it be making a mountain out of a molehill to capture a little girl and kill 2 powerhouses of the sacred domain? When Fleet asked Vitala this question, she responded indifferently. "You don't have to worry about this. Carry out the order immediately." "Yes." Seeing that Princess Vitala had made up her mind, Fleet did not say much. He quickly stood at attention, saluted, tidied his navy uniform, turned around, and walked out of the hall. After returning, Fleet wrote an application to the Sea Emperor, stamped it with Princess Vitala's seal, and sent it directly to the Sea Emperor's study. To Fritz's surprise, the application had only been submitted for 10 minutes before a guard ran out and handed his application back to him. Fritz looked down and saw that beside the princess seal, there was an even bigger seal. This was His Majesty the Emperor of the Seas warrant. Full of excitement, Fritz held onto the heavy warrant. He didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed to the headquarters of the 8th Legion with the warrant. Everything went smoothly. Under the order of Poseidon, the 8th Army only took 2 hours to complete the assembly. This was a quasi-war assembly. Within 2 hours, the 8th Army had prepared everything. A huge fleet of 200 ships, as well as all the supplies, equipment, food, and weapons. The powerful combat power of the 8th Army was enough to destroy some small countries, but such an army was actually used to carry out a pursuit mission. In the calm harbor, the waves swayed with the wind. More than 200 ships swayed gently, like soldiers waiting to be inspected, densely packed in the harbor. It was a spectacular sight. On each ship, there were rows of Naga soldiers. They stood neatly at the bow of the ship, proudly standing tall. There were more than 200 ships and more than 100,000 people. This was an extremely large fleet. Just as Fritz thought, using the powerful 8th Legion to hunt down 2 Sanctuary Realm experts was making a mountain out of a molehill. The resources consumed by the 8th Army for a single expedition were astronomical. Fleet did not think that it was worth it to capture that little girl. He also did not understand what Princess Vitala was thinking. What was even more unexpected was that His Majesty the Sea Emperor actually agreed. The shore of the harbor was already crowded with spectators. They whispered to each other in disgust. "Look, they're the 8th Army. So impressive. I also want to join the 8th Army. Why did the 8th Army suddenly gather? Is there going to be a war?" "Sorry, I don't know anything." Just as the residents of Gadalamandan were whispering to the 8th Army, Princess Vitala, who was dressed in military attire, slowly walked to the bow of a ship surrounded by the Sea Ray soldiers. On the broad deck of the bow, in addition to the Naga soldiers, there were more than 20 Nagas standing in a row in the middle. They were wearing the same uniform, and their faces were full of arrogance. These people were the elites and pride of the 8th Army, because they were all experts from the sacred domain. The tallest Naga from the sacred domain took a step forward and said loudly, "Your Highness Princess Vitala, the 8th Army has been completely assembled. According to His Majesty the Sea Emperor's order, our 8th Army will be under Your Highness' command during this period. Your Highness Princess Vitala, please give the order." He had a single horn on his head, and the other horn was obviously broken. His body was covered with patterns, and his limbs were disproportionately long. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a huge scar on his face that extended to his neck, making him look unusually ferocious. His name was Buryorkov, and he was the commander of the 8th Army. He was a powerful expert from the sacred domain, and he had experienced hundreds of battles. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. After receiving Poseidon's order, Buryorkov did not ask anything and directly gathered his troops, waiting for Princess Vitala's order. "Very good, Commander Buryorkov." Vitala nodded faintly, expressing her satisfaction with Buryorkov's words and deeds. "Our 8th Army's mission this time is to capture an undead girl about 14 or 15 years old and kill the 2 experts from the sacred domain around her." "That's it," Frid added. "They have fled to Lonling Island in the east. We must pursue them as soon as possible." "Yes," Buryorkov replied loudly. "I swear to complete the mission." Although Buryorkov's heart was full of doubts, he did not ask anything. What he had to do was to execute the order. Loyal to His Majesty, the Sea Emperor. A group of sea race experts shouted in unison. "Let's go." Princess Vitala waved her hand faintly. Beep. Chapter 628. The blue sea, the blue sky, the sea and the sky were the same color, interweaving into a blue world. A ship was sailing alone on the sea, leaving behind a trail of water behind it. "Hey, do you know how to drive a ship? If it keeps going like this, I'm going to vomit all out." Nicole fiercely flicked the fishman butler's head and said angrily. Along the way, because the ship was sailing through the wind and waves, she had already vomited and looked weak. But strangely, when she was teaching the fishman butler a lesson, she was very energetic. The fishman butler shrank his head and said with a bitter face, Don't, miss, I'll drive steadily." At this moment, the fishman butler was very sullen. The wind and waves were not something he could control. Besides, how could there be no wind and waves on the sea? Although he was very unconvinced, he did not show it on his face. He looked like a yes man, but in his heart, he had already cursed Nicole's 18 generations of ancestors. Murlock's steward glanced at Shaya, who was standing beside the cabin. In the past few days, he had suffered greatly at Shaya's hands. Not to mention driving the ship day and night. When he was free, he still had to do manual labor. He was tortured until he was neither human nor ghost. He didn't dare to resist, and naturally didn't dare to say anything. "Look." Ron stood on the deck and looked at the dark blue sea. The breeze blew through his black hair, and he sighed with emotion. Fortunately, he had found such a ship. Now, it seemed that it was a wise choice. Otherwise, riding a bone dragon on the vast sea, he would have nowhere to rest. It had to be known that riding a bone dragon consumed a lot of soul force. "How long until we reach Lonling Island?" Ron asked, replying to Sir, "We will reach Lonling Island in about 3 days." The fishman butler nodded and bowed. He was very polite to this young, sacred domain powerhouse. Ron nodded, looked at him, and said, "When we reach Lonling Island, you can leave on your own." Ron's meaning was very clear. Once they reached Lonling Island, he would let him go. Through these days of contact, although this fishman butler was a bit greedy and a bit unscrupulous, overall, he was not a very bad person. Thank you, Lord Ron." When the fishman butler heard this, he bowed and thanked him with tears of gratitude. He had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. "Oomph." Nicole sniffled in dissatisfaction. She was not very happy with Ron's decision. Without this Murloc butler, there would be a lot less fun along the way. Ron was too lazy to pay attention to her. He closed his eyes and quietly entered a state of cultivation. These days, in order to meet the challenges in the future, Ron began to cultivate day and night. The strong pressure forced him to constantly pursue the pinnacle of strength. Hard work paid off. Ron's desperate training finally brought about glorious results. He felt that he had touched the threshold of the high rank of Grand Magus Necromancer. Sensing all of this, Ron was immediately overjoyed and cultivated even more desperately. It had to be known that starting from the sacred domain, every progress required great effort and sweat. In just a few years, he had advanced from a low-rank Grand Magus Necromancer to a high-rank Grand Magus Necromancer. It could be said that this was a great leap in development. The Book of Death quietly floated in Ron's sea of consciousness, as if it was one with his soul. But no matter how hard Ron tried, He was unable to pry into the contents of the third chapter of the Book of Death. Looks like I can't open it. After a long time, Ron finally gave up and let out a long sigh. He didn't know why, but he felt that the Book of Death had a special connection with the soul force that he cultivated. As for what this connection was, Ron still wasn't clear. The night on the sea was calm and beautiful. The moon hung high in the sky, leaving a glaring shadow on the Black Sea. At this time, a huge fleet appeared out of thin air from the horizon and broke into a certain part of the sea. The huge bow of the ship cut through the waves and startled a shoal of fish. In the sky, a few birds called haydonking were constantly circling, vigilantly scanning the ships passing through this part of the sea. But unfortunately, not to mention ships, there wasn't even a sampan in the sea around the fleet. The haydonking helplessly flew back to the ship and returned to the hands of their master. "How is it?" Princess Vitala, dressed in martial attire, asked with a serious expression. "Reporting to your highness, we didn't find anything." A Naga clan member in front of Princess Vitala bowed and said, "On his shoulder, there was a huge sea holly. Continue to search. Try to intercept them before they reach Lonling Island." Princess Vitala's face was frosty as she coldly said, "Yes, your highness." Vitala nodded. She turned around and returned to her room. Her high-heeled shoes made a heavy sound as she stepped on the deck, just like her mood at the moment. Vitala returned to her cabin room and closed the door. Then she sat down on the wide sofa and sighed. She closed her eyes and gently rubbed her temples. These days, she had been extremely annoyed. The matter of the undead girl being rescued had made her anxious. Suddenly, Vitala's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes in shock and stared blankly at the deck in front of her, as if there was something there. There was nothing on the deck in front of her, but at this moment, a ball of flame seemed to appear out of thin air. With a bang, it burned, and the flame grew bigger and bigger. The flame that appeared out of thin air floated quietly in the air, constantly flickering. Slowly, the flame began to change, and a woman's head gradually appeared in the burning flame. She was an extremely beautiful woman, but the flames that kept burning made it hard for people to see her. She had an oval face, and her eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. She opened her small mouth slightly, revealing two small fangs at the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely demonic and sinister. The woman's head formed by the flames suddenly appeared in the room. No matter how one looked at it, it felt very strange. The flames carried a powerful force that filled every corner of the room. Princess Vitala looked at the figure in the flames and immediately stood up. She knelt respectfully. "Vitala greets your excellency." If anyone saw Princess Vitala like this, they would definitely be shocked out of their wits. Who was it? Even the noble princess of a sea race had to respectfully kneel down and pay her respects. There was only one answer. This flame was the superior that Vitala had mentioned. Only this superior could make Vitala, and even the entire sea race, show a respectful expression. At this moment, the floating flame spoke. Her voice was sharp and low, sounding exceptionally ear-piercing. "Vitala, how's the matter I asked you to do? Have you found that thing?" The floating flame said, faintly. The moment she opened her mouth, it was a direct order. Vitala's heart tightened. She bit her lips and said, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Until now, we still haven't found the whereabouts of that girl." "What? You still haven't found the girl?" When the flame heard this, its expression immediately changed. The burning flame also trembled for a while, looking abnormally furious. The flame raised its voice and said sharply, "That girl has been in the Shualan continent for so many days, and you still haven't found her whereabouts? What are you people of the Sea Clan doing?" Being reprimanded by the flame, Princess Vitala's cold sweat slowly flowed down her forehead. She was extremely nervous. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Our people had already found her, but she was kidnapped halfway. Vitala stuttered as she recounted what had happened. Although she tried to maintain her composure, her voice was filled with fear. "I don't care. No matter what, you must find that thing for me." The flame's voice suddenly raised an octave. She said sternly, "I'm telling you, Vitala, I don't care what method you use. You must complete this matter for me." Otherwise, I will reconsider my relationship with the Sea Clan. The flame's voice contained a warning. Yes, yes, Your Excellency. Princess Vitala nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. I will do my best. I will capture that girl and force out the whereabouts of that thing. I will hand it to Your Excellency. The flame snorted coldly. Very good. I'll listen to your words. However, I don't like to listen to pretty words. What I want is real action. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said coldly, 3 days. I'll only give you 3 days. You must find that girl within 3 days. Otherwise, humph. The flames, humph, made Princess Vitala shiver. She knew very well what it meant if she could not do it. Hundreds of years ago, the weak Sea Clan was supported by them. If they wanted to, they could also suppress them. The Sea Clan, who had occupied the peak of the Shu'alan continent, would not be allowed to decline. Vitala understood that once the Sea Clan declined, it would be a disaster of extinction. The anger of the various clans of the Shu'alan continent, which had been suppressed for hundreds of years, would erupt all at once. The Sea Clan would finally return to their former position. At this moment, Vitala could only grit her teeth and agree. Seeing Vitala's sincere attitude, the flame's attitude finally became gentler. She said faintly, Very good, Vitala. I hope you'll do as you say. To be honest, I don't want to force you. However, according to the information we received, some people from the main dimension of the dead spirits have already come to the Shu'alan continent. They're also looking for this girl, so I hope you can find this girl before they do. At the same time, force her to hand over that thing. I'll say it again, this is an order. There's absolutely no room for error. As the woman in the flames spoke, she slowly faded. After a while, she disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had never appeared. The room in the cabin finally regained its peace. Vitala's heart still had lingering fear. She slowly stood up. At this moment, she realized that her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Only 3 days? Vitala murmured. The order from above gave her a lot of pressure, causing her to be a little breathless. 3 days. I must find those 3 people. Vitala said secretly. Her eyes were filled with determination. Chapter 629. After a few days and nights of sailing, Ron and the others finally arrived at the Lonling Island. When they arrived at the Lonling Island, it was already early in the morning. The ship Ron and the others were on slowly docked. Sir, we have arrived at the Lonling Island. The fisherman butler said respectfully. Have we arrived? An evil smile appeared on Nicole's face. Very well, you can go now. The fisherman butler did not move. Shea frowned. She noticed that when Nicole spoke, the corners of her eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of killing intent. You can go. Ron muttered to himself for a moment and said, Thank you, Lord Ron. Hearing Ron's words, the fisherman butler heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been granted amnesty. He bowed deeply, thanking Ron for not killing him. After getting Ron's promise, the fisherman butler left boldly. Ron, why didn't you kill him? After the fisherman butler left, Nicole was very dissatisfied. What if he tells the Nagasea tribe? Look, I believe he won't. Ron narrowed his eyes. He slowly withdrew his gaze and glanced at Nicole. Our mission is to protect you safely to that place, not to kill for you. Besides, you also have things that you are hiding from us, such as your identity and the purpose of the Sea tribe chasing you. Ron said indifferently. From these days of getting along, Ron sensitively felt that the identity of this girl, named Nicole, was somewhat suspicious. She seemed to have come from a higher plane. Of course, this was only a suspicion, and Ron did not say it out loud. Ron's rhetorical question made Nicole speechless for a moment. She became stammering, Didn't I tell you? Those Nagas caught me to get something on my body. As for my identity, Nicole gritted her teeth. I can't tell you yet. Do whatever you want. Ron said expressionlessly, I have no interest in your identity or that thing. I only want to send you to your destination. After saying that, he ignored Nicole and turned to leave. Shea looked at Nicole and followed him. Hey, you guys, wait for me. Seeing that Ron and Shea were ignoring her, Nicole became anxious and quickly chased after them. The city that Ron and the others came to was called Fernan. It was a small city on the coast of Lonling Island in the Shuelon continent. Although the city was small, it was filled with a strong commercial atmosphere. After passing through half of the city, Zhang Tai had a simple breakfast in a small hotel in Fernan City. Looking up at the sky, he realized that it was already noon. Under the guidance of others, Ron and Shea came to a place called the Commercial Street. Different from other commercial streets, this was a small commodity distribution center. Merchants from all over the Shuelon continent spread a piece of red cloth on the ground, which was filled with all kinds of small commodities. The prices were very cheap, from small things like food and clothes to large things like weapons, equipment, and accessories. The merchants shouted loudly, enthusiastically attracting customers from all over the place. Compared to Dikari City, the commercial street in Fernan City was a few grades worse. Although the things here were more than half cheaper than in Dikari City, it did not arouse the interest of Ron and Shea to shop. Other than buying some necessities, they almost did not buy anything else. On the contrary, Nicole was very excited. She strolled here and there and bought a lot of things in a short while. Food, necessities, toys, accessories, weapons, equipment, and so on. She bought a lot of things, regardless of whether they were useful or not. She bought them all first and then stuffed them in her own spatial ring. Ron was very worried that her spatial ring would burst with so many things. Nicole was born sweet and charming. Adding to that her extravagant spending, she was like a celebrity. Very soon, she was welcomed by those small merchants. Every merchant fought to be the first to introduce their best products to her. Wherever she went, she set off a wave, sweeping through the entire commercial street like a whirlwind. Nicole did not have paper money. She used black crystal coins to make transactions. In just half an hour, Nicole had spent more than 100 black crystal coins. It was very obvious that compared to D-Sol, which was known as the currency of the Shuelon continent, those merchants preferred hard currency like black crystal coins. Nicole's forthrightness naturally attracted some people's attention, especially those with evil intentions. They stared at the spatial ring in Nicole's hand, almost drooling. However, when their gazes fell on the two sacred domain experts behind Nicole, they quickly dispelled this unrealistic thought. Although they were only people who made a living at the bottom, they knew who they could and could not afford to offend. Those who could have the personal protection of experts from the sacred domain were not simple people. At the very least, they were not people of their level who could afford to offend. This little girl is too good at spending money. Shaya looked at Nicole, who was surrounded by the small merchants like stars surrounding the moon, and shook his head slightly. Even experts from the sacred domain might not earn as much black crystal coins as Nicole just spent in a short while. Thinking back to how she had almost risked her life for 1 or 2 black crystal coins, Shea could not help but bitterly smile. She glanced at Ron and saw that he had his head lowered. She did not know what he was thinking. Shea nudged Ron with her elbow and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking," Ron paused for a moment and said, "this girl's identity. I'm afraid it's not that simple." As he spoke, Nicole had already skipped back. "Ron, Shea, the things here are too cheap. Look, this glove made from the fur of a corsador lizard is only 1 black crystal coin. Look at this and this." Nicole showed Ron and Shea the results of her shopping for more than half an hour, as if she was presenting a treasure. Ron took a look. Many of the things were flashy and worthless, but Nicole still thought they were cheap. "All right, here are your gifts," Nicole said with a smile. "You have protected me for so long, so I should give you something." She gave Shea a black necklace and gave Ron a belt made from the skin of an unknown animal. Ron casually glanced at it before putting it into a space bag. Shea looked at Ron and also put away the black necklace. "Are you done?" Ron asked expressionlessly. "I'm done," Nicole replied. "Then let's go." Ron turned around and walked in front. Nicole stuck out her tongue playfully and quickly followed. After passing through the commercial street and preparing to leave Fernan City, Nicole gently tugged at the corner of Ron's clothes. "What's the matter now?" Ron looked at Nicole and frowned. Nicole looked at Ron with pleading eyes. She stretched out her hand and pointed to the building beside her, indicating that she wanted to go there. Ron looked in the direction of Nicole's finger. It was a grayish-black building. A sign that looked like a weight was painted on the roof. The door at the bottom was open, and the ground was covered with a thick red carpet. More than 10 guards of unknown races were standing there. What's this place? Ron knitted his brows and asked. It's an auction house, Nicole said with a smile. Ron, I heard that there are many good things in the auction house. Do you think we should go in and take a look? You still want to buy things? Didn't you buy a lot just now? Shea looked at her in astonishment. Only then did she realize that the little girl in front of her was an out-and-out shopaholic. Shea didn't dare to imagine how much a person who could spend 100 black crystal coins in a small commercial street would spend in an auction house of a higher grade. No, we still have to hurry. Ron refused without thinking. The sea race might be aware of their existence. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. It was more important to send this guy to his destination as soon as possible. Okay, Ron, okay. Nicole acted coquettishly. She gently shook Ron's arm and said, just once. Just once. Okay, I won't buy anything in the future. Under Nicole's insistence, Ron finally agreed. Okay, just once. If you want to buy something, hurry up and leave. Ron replied after thinking for a while. Okay. Nicole was so happy that she jumped 3 feet high. She pulled Ron and Shea and rushed into the auction house. Hello. At this moment, a guard standing beside the auction house stopped her with a smile. He extended his hand and said courteously, Please show me your VIP card. VIP card? Nicole was stunned for a moment. I don't have one. I just arrived in this city. What? You don't have a VIP card? When the guard heard this, his face changed. He snorted coldly and said, I'm sorry, everyone. This passage is for VIPs only. You can't enter without a VIP card. The entrance for you ordinary guests is over there. The guard pointed to another door and said, You snob. Nicole was very dissatisfied. She rolled her eyes at the guard and said coldly. The guard was furious, but he didn't dare to do anything. One must know that the 2 experts from the sacred domain were coldly staring at him. Nicole didn't have the time to care about what he thought. She pulled Ron and Shea and walked towards the door. Ron and the other 2 went through the door. After each of them paid 1,000 dezos, they were allowed to enter the auction house. The auction house was a huge hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a luxurious stage. The surrounding stands were already filled with people. Those who were participating in the auction and those who were just here to watch the show were all gathered together. They were making loud noises. The noise, the smell of sweat, and the stench in the narrow space were all mixed together, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Behind the stands, there was a row of floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside the windows were rooms. The windows were made of black crystals. It was very strange. Looking at the rooms from the windows, one couldn't see anything. But looking at the windows from the rooms, one could see everything clearly. Ron guessed that this was probably the VIP box of the auction house. It was also the place where they entered from the VIP passage. Of course, Ron and the others could only sit in the most ordinary seats below. At this moment, the auction house's magic loudspeakers sounded. Quiet down, everyone quiet down. Our auction is about to begin. It's starting. Nicole was as excited as if she was celebrating a festival. She pulled Ron's arm. I wonder what good things will be auctioned today. Chapter 630. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lehman Auction House. I am the host of this auction. Ada, a voice was heard. It was very pleasant to Ron's ears. At this moment, the curtains on the auction stage were lifted and a graceful figure walked out leisurely. It's Ada. Ada has come out. Ada. Ada. As soon as the female host of the auction house appeared, the audience burst into an uproar. They stood up and loudly called out the cat girl's name. Many of them were Ada's loyal fans. They did not hesitate to spend 1,000 dasaw just to catch a glimpse of her. I didn't expect a cat girl to host the auction. This auction house is really something, Nicole said with a smile. Ron stared blankly for a moment. Cat girl? Yes, cat girl. Nicole nodded and said, This woman comes from a strange race called the Cat Clan. This race has no talent in cultivation, but every woman in the cat clan is exceptionally beautiful. However, due to their small population, there are even fewer women. Therefore, they have always been regarded as national treasures. It is said that the value of a cat girl is over 200 black crystal coins. 200 black crystal coins? Shea gasped when she heard this. Why is it so expensive? I thought they had no combat ability? Ron asked as he looked at the cat girl in the auction hall. Nicole giggled when she heard this. Although they have no combat ability, every one of them is a peerless beauty. Their faces are gorgeous, and their figures are excellent. Their waists are extremely soft, and their skin is full of elasticity. Their bodies can even be bent at 90 degrees. At this point, Nicole deliberately paused and glanced at Ron. She raised her eyebrows and revealed an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Also, it said that the cat girl's cries can even excite any creature of the opposite sex. They have another nickname, men's aphrodisiac. The nobles here all take pride in having a cat girl as their concubine. Why do you think it's so expensive? Human trafficking was a common occurrence in the Noah continent, and it was even more common in the Shualon continent, so it was not surprising. What made Ron blush with shame was that the price of this cat girl was far beyond his imagination. It seemed that it was not that others were too rich, but that he was too poor. Hello, everyone. The monthly Lehman auction has started. Ada is here to meet you again. Did you miss me these days? Ada changed the topic and said loudly. Her long black tail shook, showing that she was very excited at the moment. Miss, the audience shouted loudly, their faces full of fanaticism. Seeing the audience cheering for her, the cat girl MC smiled. She blinked slightly and gently stuck out her small tongue, making a charming expression. At the same time, she put her index finger to her lips and gently kissed it. Any action of a beauty was pleasing to the eyes. The charming cat girl was even more maddening. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly soared to the highest point. In the auction, Ada's charm was like that of Star. The cat girl MC walked around the stage, greeted familiar audience members, and waved to the audience in the distance. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, she returned to the center. Although I know that everyone misses me, it's a pity that Ada is not the main character today. The real main character is the treasures of our Lehman auction. The things that we auction at Lehman auction have all been appraised by professional appraisers. Ada held a card in her hand and spoke eloquently for more than 10 minutes. Her pleasant and slightly magnetic voice resounded throughout the hall. In the end, she said, "The auction starts now." She ended her speech. The lights in the auction hall suddenly dimmed, and all the lights shone on the big stage in the center. At this time, the floor on the stage slowly opened, and a middle-aged man with a cold expression slowly rose from it. He stood behind a table with a small hammer in his hand and said coldly, "I'm the auctioneer of Lehman Auction House. It is my pleasure to serve everyone. Now, let me present the first auction item," the auctioneer said slowly. At this time, the curtain on the table was slowly lifted, and a blue bracelet was quietly lying on the tray under the curtain. This is Highland's Mana Regeneration Bracelet. We know that there are many Mana Regeneration necklaces, but Mana Regeneration bracelets are extremely rare. It is a sacred domain grade accessory and can be used together with a Mana Regeneration necklace. It should be noted that this is the work of a Drenii master and is priceless. The starting price is 50 black crystal coins, and each bid will increase by at least 1 black crystal coin. Now, the auction starts, the auctioneer said expressionlessly. 51, 52. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the auction hall was set off with a fierce competition. A Mana Regeneration bracelet that could be used together with a Mana Regeneration necklace. Ron was already tempted when he heard this. He wanted to buy it for Kadena, but when he heard the price, he immediately withered. 50 black crystal coins. Whether or not the bracelet was worth that price, he couldn't afford it. Although Ron didn't think the bracelet was worth that price, the price had already soared to 75 black crystal coins. At this point in the price war, many people thought that the price had reached its limit and that it couldn't be raised anymore. 75 black crystal coins going once, 75 black crystal coins going twice. the auctioneer shouted loudly. He deliberately paused for a moment, and his eyes kept darting around, hoping that someone would bid higher. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. No one was willing to bid. This time, the price of the mana bracelet was fixed at 75 black crystal coins. There was a trace of disappointment in the auctioneer's eyes. Although he was satisfied with the price, the actual price should have been higher. 75 black crystal coins going thrice. Deal! The auctioneer raised the hammer in his hand high. Just as he was about to bring it down, he heard a voice abruptly. 80 black crystal coins. 80 black crystal coins? The auctioneer stared blankly for a moment. Only then did he realize that the voice came from VIP box number 9. His spirits were immediately lifted. This meant that the guests in those boxes had joined the bidding war. It also proved that the goods of Lehman Auction House could withstand the test. 80 black crystal coins. Ada's mouth had already formed an O shape. 80 black crystal coins. 80 black crystal coins. The guests in VIP box number 9 have bid 80 black crystal coins. Are there any higher bids? Ada's emotions were also stirred. She immediately interrupted and said loudly, "Wow, they increased the price by 5 black crystal coins. They're so rich. Yeah, they're indeed VIPs and VIP boxes. We're not on the same level as them. Although I really want this bracelet, I'd better give it up. There is no way I can compete with them." As soon as the bid of 85 black crystal coins was announced, the audience began to whisper. They looked at VIP box number 9 with envy and jealousy. They knew that the people in those boxes were not people they could afford to offend. A young man was sitting on a thick sofa in the middle of the box. He had a pair of green eyes. His head was wrapped in a thick cloth as a hat. There was a rare calmness on his tranquil face. He was observing the situation outside through the wide, floor-to-ceiling window. He was holding a glass of red wine in his hand. He gently swirled it, but did not drink it. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler slowly walked into the box. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Highness, I have bid 80 black crystal coins as you instructed." "Not bad." The young man called the second prince smiled with satisfaction. He raised his wine glass slightly and said with confidence, "I believe that this price has already scared off many people." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Of course, who doesn't know that VIP box number 9 is your Highness private box? I believe that after you shouted this price, no one else will bid anymore." The second prince was slightly dazed. He did not comment on the middle-aged man's words. Indeed, after VIP box number 9 shouted 80 black crystal coins, no one else bid anymore. 80 black crystal coins going once, going twice, going thrice. Ada shouted loudly. At this moment, she had completely taken over the work of the auctioneer. 90 black crystal coins. Boom! The sound was no less than a sudden clap of thunder. The sudden sound scared everyone silly. That sound actually came from private room number 1. Who? He actually dares to raise the price of VIP box number 9? Doesn't he know that VIP box number 9 is the private box of the Stan Empire's second prince? Who exactly is he? Is he tired of living? Discussions broke out among the spectators. The Stan Empire was a medium-sized empire located on Lonling Island. Due to the production of a rare metal called mithril, it had become extremely wealthy. The smile on the second prince's face abruptly disappeared, and a trace of gloom appeared on his face. As the second prince of the Stan Empire, he certainly did not care about money, but he cared about his dignity. At this moment, he felt that his dignity was being challenged. 95 black crystal coins. The second prince squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. He coldly stared at VIP box number 1 as though he wanted to see through it. 100 black crystal coins. The person in the box did not seem to care about the second prince at all. He did not hesitate to shout out a price of 100 black crystal coins. 105, 110. To the second prince's surprise, the person in VIP box number 1 seemed to be going all out. Every time he shouted a price, the other party would raise it by 5 black crystal coins. Soon, the price of the mana restoring bracelet rose to 120 black crystal coins. This had far exceeded the value of the bracelet itself, and the people in the audience began to realize that this wasn't an auction at all. It was a competition of wealth and dignity. According to the rules of the Lehman auction house, once an item was bought, one had to pay the full amount. One could not be late or go back on their word. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Therefore, they had to be responsible for the price they shouted. Go investigate them. Find out who is ruining my business. The second prince said with a gloomy face. Yes, Your Highness. The middle-aged man did not look too good. He nodded and turned to leave. After a while, he returned with a grave expression. Your Highness, the person in VIP box number 1 is a Zisik. A Zisik? The second prince was stunned. That mithril merchant? Yes, the middle-aged man answered honestly. It is said that he is one of the first prince's men. The first prince. The second prince revealed an extremely resentful expression. He involuntarily clenched his fists. After a while, his fists loosened and he weakly sprawled on the sofa. Forget it. Let him be. After VIP box number 1 called out the price of 120 black crystal coins, VIP box number 9 seemed to have fallen silent. There was no response. 120 black crystal coins. That's terrifying. Shea was speechless at the terrifying price. This has far exceeded the value of the bracelet itself. Ron said, I really don't know what those people are thinking. Shea shrugged helplessly. In this Vanity Fair filled with the stench of money, they could only be lonely spectators. Nicole did not say a word. Her eyes moved slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Your Highness, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. It's 120 black crystal coins now. Let's see if you still dare to follow. In box number 1, a huge fat man sat. He alone occupied the entire sofa, and the others could only stand. He was the Stan Empire's mithril merchant, Azek Sik, who had monopolized nearly 60% of the mithril business in the Stan Empire. He smiled proudly and flicked his finger forward. Hee hee, so what if you're the second prince? I'll show you what it means to be rich and powerful. Ada felt that her throat was dry. She had never heard of a mana recovery bracelet being sold for 120 black crystal coins. The price had far exceeded the price of the bracelet itself. Her voice was trembling as she spoke. 120 black crystal coins going once. 120 black crystal coins going twice. At this moment, the entire hall quieted down. Only Ada's pleasant voice echoed. 120 black crystal coins going thrice. At this moment, the auctioneer raised the hammer in his hand high. Just when everyone thought that this show of wealth had come to an end, a young voice suddenly sounded. I bid 130 black crystal coins. Chapter 631. 130 black crystal coins. The Catwoman MC was stunned. Only then did she realize that the voice didn't come from the box, but from the ordinary audience. First place. Who is it? Who offered such a high price? The Catwoman MC's beautiful eyes darted around, looking for the source of the voice. At this moment, her gaze was fixed on a small figure in the ordinary audience. It was a little girl of unknown race, about 14 or 15 years old, with a pair of ethereal and quick-witted eyes. That little girl was Nicole. At this moment, she stood up, raised her hand high like a child asking a teacher a question, and shouted the high price of 130 black crystal coins. Nicole, you're crazy, Shea said in astonishment. Do you have that many black crystal coins? Don't forget that you still have to pay us, Ron said with a frown. Of course I do. Nicole faintly smiled and made a face. Don't worry for bringing me to that place. I will give you the reward you deserve. After saying that, her beautiful eyes looked towards the stage. Look, through the black floor-to-ceiling window, the second prince stared at Nicole. Who is this girl? She can't really be thinking of bidding for the mana recovery bracelet, right? The middle-aged man said hesitantly, I don't know her, but she doesn't look like she has that much money. I think there's an 80% chance that someone is toying with Azek. If that's the case, she's dead. Lehman Auction House won't let this go. The second prince slowly withdrew his gaze and said. He gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, glanced towards box number 1, and faintly smiled. Things are getting more and more interesting. Who is she? A little girl. Does she have that much money? Is this a joke about Lehman Auction House? The audience in the auction house quietly discussed. Their gazes would occasionally look towards the center, looking at Nicole's small figure, their eyes filled with curiosity. Why aren't you bidding? Is my money not money? Nicole shouted in dissatisfaction. When the crowd heard this, they took the opportunity to kick up a fuss. At this moment, the Catwoman MC came back to her senses and began shouting. 130 black crystal coins going once, 130 black crystal coins going twice, 130 black crystal coins going thrice. Deal. As the hammer in the auctioneer's hand fell heavily, the transaction was over. In just a few seconds, the mana recovery bracelet had changed hands several times and ended up in the hands of an unknown 14-year-old girl sitting in the ordinary audience seats. This was the charm of an auction. The moment before the hammer fell, no one knew who the winner would be. Mother asterisk cur, which bastard ruined my plans. Azek's mouth was wide open, and he didn't recover for a long time. By the time he reacted, the trade was already over. He was so angry that he almost jumped out of his chair. If only his fat body could jump out of it. Looks like she's here to set up a trap. A servant beside Azek said, Sir Azek, you can rest assured. I don't believe that she can take out so much money. If she had such strength, she wouldn't be sitting down there. When Azek heard this, he laughed. That's right. If she had such strength, she would be sitting in a private room. 130 black crystal coins isn't something a little girl can take out. Hee hee. Let's see how she'll deal with this after offending the Lehman Auction House. The servant laughed mischievously. Now we just have to watch the show. At this time, Ron saw the Catwoman MC walking towards them, escorted by a few burly guards. One of them was holding a wooden box. Hello. May I ask if you were the one who won the bid for the mana recovery bracelet? The Catwoman MC looked at Nicole with a trace of hesitation in her eyes and asked with a smile. Yes. Nicole replied with a smile. Hello, little girl. Please pay 130 black crystal coins. The Catwoman MC said with a smile. Ron and Shea immediately became nervous. Did Nicole still have so many black crystal coins on her? Ron and Shea each had 100 black crystal coins. They had also spent more than 100 black crystal coins on the business street. If they were unable to pay after winning the bid, they could imagine what would happen to them. They were secretly worried for Nicole. Okay. Nicole faintly smiled. She reached into her interspatial ring and took out 130 black crystal coins and handed it to the Catwoman MC. Thank you, it now belongs to you. When the Catwoman MC saw Nicole pay the money, her tightly clenched hands relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. She smiled as she took the wooden box from the guard and handed it to Nicole. Nicole took the box and opened it. Immediately, a blue light spilled out, illuminating the surrounding space. It shone brightly. Wow, so beautiful! Nicole exclaimed in surprise. She picked up the mana recovery bracelet and fondly played with it. Can I see it? Ron couldn't help but ask. He was also attracted by the light. Of course. Nicole smiled as she handed the mana recovery bracelet to Ron. Ron took it and carefully examined it. The bracelet was very beautiful. When he held it in his hand, it had a heavy texture. The surface of the bracelet was emitting a light that resembled the sea, slowly flowing. What a beautiful bracelet! Ron played with it for a while before returning the bracelet to Nicole. He asked with a trace of curiosity, but you're a necromancer who cultivates the power of the soul. What's the use of buying this bracelet? It's beautiful. Nicole blinked her big eyes and put the bracelet on her hand with a smile. Don't you think this bracelet is beautiful? TSK, TSK, TSK. This design, this workmanship, it's definitely the work of Master Delaney. I've been wanting a bracelet like this for a long time. Beautiful. Ron and Shea were speechless. Nicole had spent 130 black crystal coins on a bracelet just to look beautiful. If other mages were to hear these words, they would probably be angered to death. She really paid for it? Seeing this scene, the second prince's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked left and right, but couldn't see anything extraordinary about this ordinary girl. It seems that I have to reevaluate her. The second prince thought. Azahik was also shocked. His mood of watching a joke suddenly disappeared without a trace. Auction, 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 auction. What's important is the price. The feeling of having something in front of your eyes taken away was extremely unpleasant. Azahik's face instantly turned gloomy. Bastard. These two words jumped out of his fat mouth. The auction continued. Lehman Auction House took out a few more items for auction. However, their value couldn't compare to the mana recovery bracelet. They were just some relatively rare items that didn't have much significance to Ron and the others. Their prices were around 30 to 50 black crystal coins. The VIPs in the boxes didn't make a move. Perhaps they didn't care for these items. Since there was no competition or bidding, the next few items were all bought by the audience. At this time, the stage darkened once again. This meant that an extremely valuable item was about to appear. The first item was just to gather popularity. Now, the real highlight had arrived. Everyone held their breaths, their eyes fixed on the center of the stage. A cart was slowly pushed out. The tray on the cart was covered with a piece of red cloth. Under the red cloth, an irregular shape was wrapped. It was unknown what it was. At this time, the Catwoman MC's face revealed a rare, dignified expression. Ladies and gentlemen, our Lehman Auction House will be displaying a special item. This item is extremely valuable. I hope that some guests without sufficient strength will not carelessly bid. Otherwise, we will hold some people accountable. In box number 9, the second prince faintly smiled. The real good item has come out. I just don't know what it will be. Looking at Lehman Auction House's panicked expression, I hope it won't be too bad. That's right, Your Highness the second prince. Those items just now were too inferior. I don't even want them. The middle-aged man next to the second prince shook his head and said, however, Your Highness the second prince must be careful of Azek in box number 1. He will definitely think of a way to stop Your Highness from doing as you wish. He dares? The second prince's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. Just now, I was only giving him face. Although he is one of the first prince's people, in my eyes, he is just a dog. If he angers me, I will make him suffer. Sir Azek, the good item has come out. In box 1, a tall and thin attendant walked in front of Azek and bowed as he spoke. It has come out? Hearing this, Azek's eyes lit up. He reluctantly pulled his hand out of the plump and beautiful maid's bosom and said with a smile, This Lehman Auction House is too shameless. They only took out some trash to fool me. Now, they have finally revealed their trump card? Then let me take a good look at what it is. Azek said, As long as I like it, no one can snatch it from me. The red curtain was slowly pulled open, revealing the true appearance inside. Ron looked up and saw an unknown animal lying quietly on the dark red wooden plate. It looked like a cat, about the size of a calf, and its entire body was pitch black. It was not a living animal, but a corpse. Now, what is this? Is it a cat? It can't be, right? Cat. Lehman Auction House is taking out a cat to auction? Could it be a strange beast? No. Even if it is the corpse of a strange beast from the sacred domain, it is not worth much. Don't try to fool us. As soon as the curtain was pulled open, a buzzing sound came from the hall. Everyone looked at the Catwoman MC with eyes full of suspicion and distrust. Quiet, everyone. Please quiet down and listen to my explanation. The Catwoman MC's pleasant voice shouted. Only then did everyone quiet down and listen to her explanation. Seeing everyone quiet down, the Catwoman MC let out a sigh of relief. She said in a clear voice, Before that, I want to say that Lehman Auction House has never thought of fooling everyone. This strange beast corpse has a great origin. She paused. After the appraisal of our Lehman Auction House's expert team, they unanimously agreed that the strange beast corpse in front of us is the corpse of the legendary strange beast. What? The corpse of a strange beast? Did I hear wrongly? Really? The legendary strange beast is so easy to catch? I heard that strange beasts can teleport. Even a domain can't seal it. When the crowd heard this, they burst into an uproar and started discussing. At this time, The Catwoman MC continued. Strange beasts are adept at teleportation. They are rare and extremely difficult to catch. Our Lehman auction house only obtained one, by chance, a few months ago. This strange beast's corpse is extremely intact, and its essence core is still intact. It is quite rare. It is said that someone can comprehend the mysteries of space through the corpse of strange beast and can directly teleport to another plane. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a priceless treasure. Nicole listened quietly, her beautiful eyes staring at the small corpse on the shelf in the middle of the stage. She seemed to be in a daze, not even hearing Ron calling her a few times. However, after serious consideration, our Lehman auction house has decided to auction it publicly. The starting price is 500 black crystal coins, and each increment is 10 black crystal coins. The auction starts now. What? So expensive? Why don't you just rob them? Yes, 500 black crystal coins. Even if a strange beast corpse is rare, it isn't worth that much, right? Go to hell, Lehman auction house. As soon as the Catwoman MC's voice fell, the people below the stage clamored. Your Highness, Second Prince, what are our plans? In box number 9, the middle-aged man asked the Second Prince. No. The Second Prince shook his head and said bluntly, whether or not this is a real strange beast corpse is another matter. Even if it isn't worth that price. Comprehending the mysteries of space? If it were that easy, the Lehman auction house would have kept it for their own use. They must have no use for the corpse, so they thought of selling it at such a price. 500 black crystal coins. The Lehman auction house must be crazy for money. Your Highness, Second Prince, is indeed wise. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Then, we will not take this item. The Second Prince's thoughts represented the thoughts of many people. Some people who were originally tempted to make a move were frightened by the price of 500 black crystal coins. One after another, they retreated. This included Azek in box number 1. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but that it was useless. However, there were also some people who were attracted by the gimmick of the strange beast. According to legends, it was a mysterious creature that could travel through space and travel between planes. Some people were already prepared to make a bid. 510 black crystal coins. As soon as the Catwoman MC's voice fell, someone immediately made a bid. 510 black crystal coins. Is there a higher bid? 520 black crystal coins. 520 black crystal coins. Is there a higher bid? A fierce competition broke out in the hall. First, it was the audience sitting in the ordinary seats. Then, some of the boxes joined in the bidding. For example, box number 4 and box number 6. At this moment, the price of the strange beast corpse had soared to 670 black crystal coins. When the price reached 680 black crystal coins, the frequency of the bidding gradually decreased. After all, 680 black crystal coins was not a small sum. Moreover, even if the corpse was real, it was still a question of whether it was worth the price. In the end, they would spend 680 black crystal coins only to buy a pile of garbage. 680 black crystal coins. Box number 4 offers 680 black crystal coins. Is there a higher bid? Yes. The Catwoman MC shouted loudly. According to the auction house, it was already beyond everyone's expectations that a useless corpse of strange beast could be sold for such a price. Some people were just like that, only buying the most expensive item. If this strange beast corpse was the same as an ordinary one, no one would make a bid at all. The mysteries of space were naturally a joke. If that was the case, wouldn't killing a Hydra make one an all-elemental mage? 680 black crystal coins going once, going twice, going thrice. The Catwoman MC shouted. At this moment, the auctioneer beside her slowly raised the hammer in his hand. It looked like it was about to come down. At this moment, another childish voice sounded. I bid 1,000 black crystal coins. Chapter 632. Silence. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience quieted down. The entire Lehman auction house was in complete silence. Everyone was shocked by the price. 1,000 black crystal coins? The Catwoman host was flabbergasted by the price. At that moment, she saw Nicole's small figure. Her again. The Catwoman host was shocked. However, she no longer dared to look down on this little girl. She had already been slightly shocked when she was auctioning off the magic-repelling bracelet. No one had thought that she would really take out 130 black crystal coins. It's her again. This little girl. Said one. 1,000 black crystal coins. Heavens! What does her family do? How can they be so rich? Said another. Could she really take out 1,000 black crystal coins? Another person expressed his doubts. This isn't 1,000 stones. It's her again. The second prince in box number 9 also saw the dark horse Nicole and laughed. At that moment, he had an idea and said, "Go. Bid 1,050 black crystal coins." 1,050 black crystal coins? The middle-aged man beside the second prince was stunned. "Your Highness, didn't you say that you didn't want it?" "I don't want it," the second prince said with a smile. "However, I believe that there will be people who don't want me to obtain this item." The middle-aged man was enlightened and laughed. "Your Highness is indeed wise." Just as everyone was whispering to each other, a voice rang out from box 9. His Highness the second prince of the Stan Kingdom bids 1,050 black crystal coins. The one who bid was the middle-aged man. He had deliberately highlighted the second prince's identity. Someone else is bidding. These people are really rich. 1,050 black crystal coins and only a 50 increase. This second prince is too stingy. He can't compare to that little girl. She bid a few hundred. I wonder where that little girl came from. She actually has so much money. The Catwoman host became excited again. 1,050 black crystal coins. Box number 9 bids 1,050 black crystal coins. Are there any higher bids? In box number 1, Azek Sik had indeed been fooled. He originally didn't want to participate in the bidding for this alien space beast, but when he heard the second prince's bid, he immediately jumped up. 1,200 black crystal coins. 1,200 black crystal coins. Azahik directly added 150. He had already accepted the first prince's order to ruthlessly suppress the second prince's arrogance. 1,200 black crystal coins. 1,200 black crystal coins from box 1. Any higher bids? The Catwoman MC shouted. She knew that the show was about to begin when she saw that room 1 had also joined the fray. It would be a very exciting showdown. As expected, Private Room number 9 did not give up. Instead, he directly called out a price. 1,250 black crystal coins. 1,500 black crystal coins. Azik followed up without even thinking. 2,000 black crystal coins. Before the Catwoman MC could say anything, Nicole called out. She raised the price by 500, and the price of the alien beast corpse had already risen to 2,000. Wow, 2,000 black crystal coins. Heavens, just how rich is she? Did you see that? This is called boldness. This is awesome. This competition is very interesting. In the Lehman auction house, everyone's eyes were focused on the 14 to 15-year-old girl beside Ron. This unknown little girl had brought them too many surprises. Shea and Ron looked at each other with faint worry in their eyes. The situation had already far exceeded their scope of control. It was impossible for them not to attract attention now. Ron sighed slightly. It seemed that Nicole's performance was too eye-catching. He was afraid that it would cause some trouble. Ooh, that hateful little bitch, actually foiling my plans. Azahik's eyes were fixed on Nicole, gnashing his teeth in anger. Lord Azahik, your limelight has been stolen by her, the attendant said with righteous indignation. My lord, please allow me to teach her a lesson and let her know who she is going against. Impossible. Azahik was so angry that his eyes turned red. He gnashed his teeth and said word by word, I am the richest man in the Stan Empire. How can I lose to an unknown little girl? Go, give me a bid of 2,200 black crystal coins. Azahik said in a roaring voice. There were some consequences that couldn't be ignored. 2,200 black crystal coins. Box 1 is bidding 2,200 black crystal coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The Catwoman MC's voice reverberated in the auction house's hall. Her eyes would occasionally glance at Box 9. Unfortunately, Box 9 was silent. They seemed to have been frightened by the terrifying price. The Catwoman host was a little disappointed that Room 9 didn't enter. 2,200 black crystal coins going once, 2,200 black crystal coins going once, 2,200 black crystal coins going twice, 3,000 black crystal coins. Nicole's voice sounded. At this moment, she had once again become the focus of attention. 3,500 black crystal coins. Azek didn't give up and bid again. This was no longer an auction, but a battle of pride and pride. As the richest man in the Stan Empire, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock if word got out. For 1,000 black crystal coins, Nicole was not to be outdone. Every time she called out a price, it was a round number. For 1,800 black crystal coins. Azek shouted again. 5,000. Nicole shouted. Nicole's bid once again caused an uproar. The entire auction house was filled with gasps. 5,000 black crystal coins. The price has risen to 5,000 black crystal coins. Is the corpse of this extra-dimensional beast really worth that much money? They must be fighting. We will never understand the style of the rich. Who's in box 1? He seems to be very awesome. Someone who can take out 4,800 black crystal coins isn't simple. What? You don't even know who's in box 1? He's the richest man in the Stan Empire, Lord Azek. Azek? That mithril merchant? Yeah, I heard that he became the richest man in the Stan Empire by relying on His Highness the Crown Prince. Richest man, my ass. Even a little girl can't compare to him. This is simply a slap in the face in front of everyone. Richest man? Hee hee. The audience whispered to each other, and everyone's eyes kept glancing at the silent box 1. Their eyes filled with ridicule and ridicule. It was as if Azek's title as the richest man in the world didn't live up to its name. 5,000 black crystal coins. Azek's body trembled. Azek's body trembled. These 5,000 black crystal coins were nearly a year's worth of income from selling mithril. Mining mithril was extremely difficult. The investment was huge, and there were many unexpected situations. Sometimes, even if one found a mithril mine, they might not be able to mine it. In the end, it was common for them to work for nothing. Azek understood that if he was defeated by this little girl, his reputation and prestige would take a huge hit. This kind of hit would not cause a direct factor, but would erupt through other channels. He had a feeling that if he called out a price of 5,000 black crystal coins, the little girl would not hesitate to call out a price of 6,000 black crystal coins. My lord, you can't continue fighting like this. Seeing that Azek was about to call out another price, his attendant hurriedly stopped him. He was also frightened by Nicole's powerful financial resources. My lord, our budget is not enough. Don't forget, we still haven't completed the matter we promised His Highness the Crown Prince. The matter with His Highness the Crown Prince. Azek was startled when he heard this. When he came back to his senses, he recalled that the Lehman auction house was about to display an item. The Crown Prince had repeatedly urged him to buy it. All right, I'll endure this. Azek pondered. He was indeed a ruthless person. He could endure being slapped in the face in public. He clenched his teeth and remained silent. 5,000 black crystal coins going once, going twice, going thrice sold. The auctioneer raised the hammer in his hand, signaling the end of the auction. Little whore, remember this. I won't let this matter rest. Azek thought inwardly. He looked at Nicole with eyes filled with intense resentment. If looks could kill, Nicole would have died 1,000,000 times over. The Catwoman MC was beaming with joy. It had been a long time since the Lehman auction house had sold an item for such a high price. She was almost certain that her commission would not be small. Congratulations to Miss Nicole for successfully obtaining the alien beast corpse. However, for your safety, I would like to ask Miss Nicole to move to a private room for the transaction. Such a large auction item could not be traded in public. It would be bad if it caused chaos. Nicole nodded, stood up, and left her seat under everyone's watchful eyes. Ron and Shea glanced at each other before following her. Nicole, Ron, and Shea were led by the Catwoman MC to a private room. The private room was very spacious. There was only one table. Several sacred domain experts were guarding the door. "Miss Nicole, please take out 5,000 black crystal coins," the Catwoman MC said politely. Nicole did not move. She was hesitating. As if she saw through Nicole's hesitation, the Catwoman MC said with a smile, "Please rest assured, Miss Nicole. The transaction here is absolutely safe." Nicole glanced at Ron and saw him nodding gently. Only then did she feel relieved. Nicole reached into her bosom and took out a small necklace from her underwear. She gently pressed a few buttons, and the necklace emitted a flash of light. With a whoosh, the necklace suddenly opened, revealing the item inside. It turned out that there was a space inside the necklace. Nicole carefully took out a space ring from inside the necklace. She took out 5,000 black crystal coins and placed them on the table one by one. So many black crystal coins. Ron and Shea's eyes were wide open. 5,000 black crystal coins were placed on the table like trash. This was definitely a spectacle rarely seen in 1,000 years. Back then, Ron had only absorbed 6 black crystal coins to become a sacred domain expert. If he could absorb 5,000 black crystal coins, what level would his strength reach? Ron glanced at Nicole and sucked in a breath of cold air. This question kept circling in his mind. Who the hell is this girl? The Catwoman MC had a solemn expression. She and a few assistants carefully counted the items on the table. Then, they handed the alien beast's corpse to Nicole. Nicole casually put it into her space ring. "Hey, look, that girl is coming out. Is it true? That girl took out 5,000 black crystal coins?" Lehman Auction House didn't make things difficult for her. "It seems that the transaction has been completed." The Catwoman MC respectfully led the way in front. However, she did not bring Nicole and the others back to their original seats. Instead, she led them directly to Box 10. Nicole and the other two sat down on a spacious sofa. Not long after, a maid served beautiful desserts. Congratulations to the 3 of you for becoming Lehman Auction House's VIPs. You can come in directly from the VIP passage. Lehman Auction House is ready to serve you at any time, said the Catwoman MC as she handed 3 VIP cards to the 3. Ron and Shea took a look at the cards. The VIP cards were very beautiful, but they were no use to them. After all, they were going to leave the city soon and might not have the opportunity to return. Ron casually threw the VIP cards into a space ring. The Catwoman MC politely bid farewell to the 3. Before she left, she even gave Ron a coquettish look, making Ron speechless. It couldn't be helped. After all, he was the only man among the 3 of them. After bidding farewell to Ron and the other 2, the Catwoman MC hurriedly returned to the stage. Now, the last auction item. Chapter 633. The Catwoman MC said solemnly. Just as she finished speaking, the curtains were pulled open and a few burly men slowly pushed a cart out. DYZWW. When the curtains were pulled open, a small golden sphere was quietly lying on a wooden tray, emitting a bright light. What is this? Ron, Shea, and Nicole's curiosity was immediately piqued. They could see that this golden sphere was extremely unusual. Sacred domain. Ron and Shea looked at each other, a trace of shock flashing in their eyes. This small sphere in front of them actually had the power of the sacred domain. Their initial estimate was that it was at least at the middle level of the sacred domain. Was this a living thing? Or was it something else? Why was it emitting the power of the sacred domain? At this time, the Catwoman MC spoke. She pointed at the golden sphere and introduced it. This is our Lehman Auction House's last auction item, a metal puppet made by a master of the machine race. Our Lehman Auction House was entrusted by someone to auction this item. As long as you sign a blood contract, it will listen to your orders. It will be your most loyal bodyguard. Don't look down on it. This fellow has the strength of the sacred domain. The strength of the sacred domain? Heavens, is this for real? So, as long as we bid for it, it's the same as inviting a powerhouse of the sacred domain home. Seeing how serious the Lehman Auction House is, the price shouldn't be cheap. At least we don't have to think about it. The people below discussed. The machine race made a living by making machines. They didn't have powerful strength, but they could make powerful metal puppets to make up for their lack of strength. The machine race had very few people, and it wasn't easy to make metal puppets. The stronger they were, the harder it was to make them. The ones that came out of their hands were even rarer, so they were even more precious. It's it. Perhaps because he was excited, the fat on his Z6 face trembled slightly. He shouted, "That's right, this is the item that His Highness the Crown Prince entrusted me to bid for. No matter what, I must get my hands on it." Azek's eyes flashed with a glint. The base price of this metal puppet with sacred domain strength is 800 black crystal coins. Each bid will be increased by 100 black crystal coins. The auction begins now. 900 black crystal coins, 1,000 black crystal coins, 1,100 black crystal coins. As soon as Catwoman's voice fell, the people below the stage began to bid wildly. They knew very well what a metal golem from the sacred domain meant. The price of the metal puppet skyrocketed and exceeded 2,000 black crystal coins. It seemed that many people were here for this rare metal puppet. On the other hand, the VIPs in rooms 1 to 10 were unusually calm. They didn't bid, not even once. It was as if they were waiting for something. When Ron saw Nicole's eagerness, he couldn't help but ask, "Nicole, you want this too? What I need it for?" Nicole asked with a sweet smile. Ron stared blankly for a moment. "Then I'll play with him." Nicole's eyes revealed a mischievous smile. "This guy tried to raise my price several times. I'll let him have a taste of his own medicine." "What?" Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He exchanged a glance with Shea, his eyes filled with helplessness. He silently mourned for the VIPs in room 1. It seemed that women were not to be offended. "Then, do you still have money?" Shea asked after hesitating for a moment. "I don't." Nicole spread out her hands and made a helpless expression. "The few thousand black crystal coins I brought are almost gone. I still need to save some money to pay you guys. 2,100 black crystal coins. 2,100 black crystal coins. Is there a higher bid? Is there a higher bid?" Catwoman shouted loudly. 2,100 black crystal coins going once. 2,100 black crystal coins going twice. Seeing that it was about time, Nicole suddenly stood up and shouted, 2,500 black crystal coins. 2,500 black crystal coins. The Catwoman's eyes lit up. She noticed that the voice came from room 10. "That girl has joined the battle." The second prince smiled. "The battle is getting more and more exciting. That girl is also bidding. Damn it. She raised the price by a few hundred black crystal coins. Heavens, just how rich is she?" Nicole had joined the battle. Everyone's reactions were different. Some were frightened, some were disappointed, and most were rejoicing in her misfortune. Sometimes, people's psychology was just that strange. If they couldn't obtain something, they wouldn't want others to obtain it. Damn it, this little bitch. Azek was rather afraid of Nicole. It was precisely because he couldn't figure out her background that he was on tenterhooks. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. "Go. Bid 3,000 black crystal coins for me." "Yes, sir." The attendant immediately replied. He understood that this metal puppet was something that His Highness the First Prince wanted. He couldn't afford to lose it. 3,000 black crystal coins. 3,000 black crystal coins. 3,000 black crystal coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The Catwoman host shouted loudly. 3,500 black crystal coins. It wasn't Nicole. This voice came from room 4. It seemed that the VIP in room 4 had also taken a fancy to this thing. 4,000 black crystal coins. Nicole wasn't willing to be outdone. No matter who the other party was, she would bravely accept the challenge. 5,000 black crystal coins. Azek was somewhat anxious. He directly raised the price by 1,000 black crystal coins in order to scare off all the competitors. Sure enough, after hearing the bid of 5,000 black crystal coins, room 4 went silent and no longer bid. 5,000 black crystal coins was equivalent to 50 billion dazors. This wasn't a small amount. Many people were considering the cost. 6,000 black crystal coins. The only one left to bid was Nicole. She didn't let up on Azek, and just like Azek, she raised the price by 1,000 black crystal coins. 8,000 black crystal coins. Azek tightly clenched his fist, the muscles on his body constantly trembling. The price of this metal puppet had far exceeded his budget. If it weren't for the first prince's order, he wouldn't have spent such a large amount of money on this useless thing. This was all money, genuine black crystal coins, not Dazor's. Azek's heart was bleeding. He hated Nicole to the extreme. If it weren't for Nicole constantly raising the price, with his strength, he would have been able to obtain this thing without any effort. 10,000. As if she didn't feel Azek's hatred, Nicole nonchalantly raised the price to 10,000 black crystal coins. Wow, the price has already soared to 10,000 black crystal coins. She just spent 6,000 black crystal coins on the corpse of a dimensional beast. Now she's spending 10,000 black crystal coins on a metal puppet. Does she even have that much money? Don't doubt that little girl's strength. Her background isn't something we can compare to. Hearing Nicole's bid of 10,000 black crystal coins, everyone in the hall cried out in alarm. They were astonished by Nicole's terrifying wealth. Many of them were already itching to make a move. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at box number 10. As the saying goes, don't show off your wealth, especially when it comes to those who look harmless. 12,000 black crystal coins. Azek's voice sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. His eyes had already turned blood red, and the veins on his face were exposed. It could be seen that he was extremely furious. To a merchant, money was their life. If someone wanted their life, they would kill. Ashik's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at box 10. Nicole didn't intend to let the guy in box number 1 go. She jumped up and wanted to raise the price to 14,000 black crystal coins. At this moment, Ron pulled her back. Nicole, it's about time. The price is already so high. If he doesn't follow in fear, we can only buy this guy. When the time comes and you can't take out the money, we will be the ones in trouble. Nicole quickly calculated in her heart and slowly nodded. It should be about time. However, I believe that he will still follow. 12,000 black crystal coins. 12,000 black crystal coins. Is there a higher bid? 12,000 black crystal coins going once. The Catwoman MC's voice rose. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat fanatical. 15,000 black crystal coins. A tender voice sounded from box number 10. Nicole called out a bid of 15,000 black crystal coins. It was 1,000 more than what she had originally expected. Once the high price of 15,000 black crystal coins was called out, the auction hall lit up. The atmosphere instantly reached a climax. 15,000 black crystal coins. It's already 15,000 black crystal coins. Too amazing. Let's see if Azek dares to follow. If he doesn't dare to follow, then don't mention being the richest man in the Stan Empire in the future. Is there a richest man who was defeated by an unknown little girl twice in a row? Richest man? Ha, what a joke. The hall was in an uproar. Everyone looked at box number 1 with gloating eyes. Just like before, their eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. Your Highness, the price is now 15,000 black crystal coins. The middle-aged man said respectfully. His eyes were glowing. In box number 9, the second prince gently swirled the wine glass in his hand with a faint smile. Interesting. Interesting. Now, Azek is simply riding a tiger. He can either call out an even higher price or be defeated by that girl a second time and lose face. The second prince sneered. 15,000 black crystal coins is enough to hire dozens of sacred domain experts to work for you. What can a mere puppet from the sacred domain do? Lunatic, this girl is a lunatic. In box 1, the middle-aged man beside Azek Shik was so scared that he was shivering. Sir Azek Shik, please don't bid anymore. This price has already far exceeded our budget. Azek sat in a daze, his fat face alternating between green and white. Everyone's mocking laughter reached his ears. It was like a sharp sword stabbing at him, making him uncomfortable. An unknown little girl had come to his door time and time again, causing Azek to be furious to the extreme. At this moment, he exploded. Fuck, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Azek forcefully slammed the sofa beneath him. Boom! The sofa was smashed apart by him. Azek suddenly stood up, his eyes red with bloodlust. I am the richest man in the Stan Empire. How can a little girl like you compare to my strength? Today, I'll show you what it means to be rich enough to rival a nation. Azek was so angry that he had lost his mind. He was practically shouting. 20,000 black crystal coins. This time, it was Azek who personally went up and bid the high price of 20,000 black crystal coins. 20,000 black crystal coins. Azek actually bid 20,000 black crystal coins. As expected of the richest man. 20,000 black crystal coins. Box number 1 bids 20,000 black crystal coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The Catwoman MC's pleasant voice sounded. 20,000 black crystal coins going once, 20,000 black crystal coins going twice, 20,000 black crystal coins going thrice. Sold. This time, Nicole from box number 10 didn't bid again. Bang! The auctioneer's hammer fell heavily and in the auction. Nicole was grinning from ear to ear. She had finally made a fool out of that guy in VIP room 1. She had finally gotten her revenge. Ron and Shea heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at each other. Congratulations to the VIP in box number 1 for successfully bidding for a metal puppet with the strength of the sacred domain. Now, I invite the VIP in box number 1 to come to the front desk for the transaction. The Catwoman MC said with a smile. At this moment, in box number 1, Azek was standing in a daze. There was only one thought in his mind. I've been played. Chapter 634. When Azahik saw the Catwoman MC and Lehman Auction House's staff leisurely walking towards him with a tray, he felt an unprecedented sense of irony. Congratulations, Lord Azahik. Your generosity is the most wonderful reward for me, the Catwoman MC said with a smile. Thank you. Azahik's facial muscles twitched fiercely a few times before he revealed a stiff smile. At this moment, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. The item was worth 4,000 to 5,000 black crystal coins at most, and no one would compete with him for it. According to his estimation, 10,000 black crystal coins was definitely enough. However, he did not expect that the girl in room 10 would double the price of the item because of her unreasonable pestering. Please pay 20,000 black crystal coins, the Catwoman MC said with a smile. Oh, I'm very sorry, Azavik said with a smile that was uglier than crying. I don't have that much on me. Only 10,000 black crystal coins. However, please believe me when I say that I will deliver the remaining black crystal coins to you tomorrow. 10,000 black crystal coins was already far beyond his budget and ability. Next, he would have to sell a few mithril mines to raise the money. When he thought of this, his hatred for Nicole reached the peak. The Catwoman MC hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding her head. All right, we still believe in Lord Azahik's trustworthiness. However, it would be best if you wrote an IOU. Azahik agreed. After paying 10,000 black crystal coins and writing an IOU with his seal, he received the metal puppet that the Crown Prince had requested. The auction ended and the audience left the venue one after another. Everyone was excitedly discussing the exciting showdown that had just taken place. That was a showdown of wealth. Many people were filled with curiosity about the identity of the 14 to 15-year-old girl in box number 10. All right, the show is over. It's time for us to leave. Nicole stood up from box number 10 and said with a smile as she clapped her hands. All right, let's go. Ron nodded and stood up as well. However, he was faintly worried. He had a premonition that this matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Would the person in box number 1 let this go so easily? I still have to leave this place quickly, Ron thought inwardly. At this moment, a knock sounded on the door. Who? Ron, Shea, and Nicole's hearts skipped a beat. The door was pushed open, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. His skin was pale, and his body was slightly curled. From his facial features, it was obvious that he was not human. What surprised Ron was that this middle-aged man clearly had the aura of the sacred domain. It was a sacred domain expert. Ron's heart trembled, and a trace of vigilance appeared on his face. The middle-aged man had a humble expression on his face as he smiled and said, Hello, everyone in box 10. I am a distinguished guest from Box 9. Our second prince would like to invite you over for a chat. Second prince. Ron paused for a moment and exchanged glances with Shea. It seemed that they did not know the second prince here. It's like this. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. I am a subordinate of the second prince of the Stan Empire. His Royal Highness admires you and is looking forward to our cooperation. This was a blatant attempt to rope them in. In fact, after seeing Ron, the second prince began to have thoughts about Nicole. That girl's enormous wealth and mysterious background might be of use to him. No matter what, this was an opportunity. After learning of the middle-aged man's intentions, Ron chose to reject him without hesitation. Sorry, I don't know your second prince, and there is no need for cooperation. Besides, we still have matters to attend to, so we must leave immediately. I see. When the middle-aged man heard this, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. However, he still maintained his aristocratic demeanor and bowed slightly. I'm sorry to disturb you. Ron nodded and turned to leave Box 10 with Shea and Nicole, quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. As they left, Ron and the others did not notice that a pair of viper-like eyes were staring at them, filled with intense murderous intent. Isn't it just two sacred domain places? Arrogant my ass. After Ron left, a voice softly cursed. It was the attendant beside Azek. He fiercely glared at Nicole's back. Lord Azek, these people are so repulsive. Are you planning to just let them go? How is that possible? The muscles on Azek's face contorted, making him look extremely sinister. These people must die, and before they die, they must receive the cruelest punishment. Otherwise, it will not quell the anger in my heart. The attendant's eyes lit up, and he made a beheading gesture. Lord Azek, do you want to? Azek's face was gloomy. After thinking for a while, he smiled and heavily patted the attendant's shoulder. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want to see any of these people. You must do it beautifully. Also, that little bitch, don't let her die too easily. After being patted by Azek, the attendant's bones turned soft. Lord Azek, rest assured, I definitely won't let them see tomorrow's sun. I've always been at ease with you handling things. Azek smiled and said, go get some funds from the account. Consider it my reward for you. Also, after you're done with this matter, send the metal puppet to His Highness the Crown Prince. Yes, Lord, the attendant loudly replied. Little bitch, your time of death has come. Tomorrow, I'll be able to see your naked corpse hanging from a tree. Azek laughed sinisterly. I'll let you know that I, Azek, am not someone who can be played around with by anyone. Azek, who had suffered a great loss, did not leave the matter at that. Instead, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and chose the most efficient way to solve the problem. Murder. Your Highness the Second Prince. The middle-aged man returned to box number 9 and respectfully bowed to the second prince. The second prince's hand gently swayed as he looked at the wine in his glass. Without raising his head, he asked, What's the situation? Reporting to Your Highness the Second Prince. According to my investigation, that girl is called Nicole. The two bodyguards beside her are both powerhouses of the sacred domain. I don't know their names, but they are both humans. As for the girl called Nicole, she is from the undead race. The undead race. The second prince was clearly surprised. He then muttered to himself, So, these three people are not from the Snow Orchid Plain. Have you inquired about their origins? I'm sorry, Your Highness the Second Prince. Time is limited. I really can't find out. The middle-aged man bitterly smiled. The second prince nodded and looked away from the wine glass. Did you talk to them about cooperation? Yes, but they refused. The second prince nodded as if this was within his expectations. He sighed. The wine is good, but it's not for drinking. He slowly put down the wine glass. The wine bottle had been full from beginning to end, and he had not taken a sip. The middle-aged man approached the second prince and whispered, When I came back just now, I found Azek in box number 1 whispering to his attendant. I'm worried that those people will be in trouble. Trouble? The second prince glanced at him and laughed. Everyone will have trouble. Do you think we don't have enough trouble? Let them be. They have nothing to do with us. The second prince waved his hand helplessly. They can't even take care of their own matters. So how can they have the time to care about others? Ron, Shea, and Nicole did not dare stay a moment longer and directly left Fernan City. Unfortunately, what he was worried about still happened. In a forest on the outskirts, Ron suddenly stopped in his tracks. His pitch-black eyes looked around vigilantly as he slowly said, "Everyone, there's no point in hiding. It's better to show yourself." "There's an enemy?" Shea and Nicole were shocked. Only then did they realize that they had been under surveillance. The enemy's attack was within their expectations, but it was also unexpected. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to discover us." At this time, a gloomy voice came from a dark corner. On the top of a tree in front of Ron, a black-clothed figure slowly appeared. Under the lead of that black-clothed man, the others appeared one by one. They formed a circle with Ron and the others in the center. What? Ron was shocked. He did not expect that 7 or 8 people would appear. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that these people were all powerhouses of the sacred domain. "Who are you?" Looking at the unfamiliar faces, Ron quickly calmed down and asked. Shea also took out a weapon from her space bag and protected Nicole behind her. The black-clothed man in the lead did not look at Ron and Shea, nor did he answer their questions. In their view, although these two were powerhouses of the sacred domain, they were already dead. The black-clothed man's gaze fell on Nicole, his eyes full of ridicule. Nicole also knew that the situation was not good. Her petite body shrank behind Shea. At this time, the black-clothed man in the lead spoke. He was Azek's most loyal subordinate. He had always been low-key, but he also had the strength of the sacred domain. "Little girl, I heard that you were very arrogant just now. You actually ruined my lord's plans time and time again," the black-clothed man said with a smile. "Speak. Who ordered you to do this?" The next moment, his voice rose and was full of sternness. I don't know what you're talking about. What order?" Nicole seemed to be frightened. Her gaze was evasive, and the huge pressure released by the other party made her feel fear. The other party was 8 powerhouses of the sacred domain, while she was only a master. Ron's heart sank. The trouble that he had anticipated had already arrived. The enemy was menacing and powerful. A battle was almost unavoidable. Most importantly, during the battle, they had to divert their attention to protect Nicole. Their situation was extremely bad. Pretending? Continue pretending. The black-clothed man revealed a mocking smile. "But no matter how much you deny it, it's useless. Lord Azek has already given the order to kill you. Today you must die. Do it." Ron's eyes flashed with killing intent. He did not intend to waste any more words with the other party. He chose to directly attack. Boom! With an explosion, a cloud of smoke rose from the forest. The space shook and a powerful force spread out. A battle between sacred domain and sacred domain was about to begin. Chapter 635. Frost Nova. Ron shouted as his hands danced like a shadow. A powerful frost energy burst out and blasted towards the heavily armored Holy Knight below. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Holy Knight was sealed in ice, and then suddenly exploded, making a loud noise, and cold frost spread out. The Holy Knight's body froze. His eyes opened wide with an incredulous look on his face. He couldn't move his body. At that moment, a sparkling and translucent white spear came at him from an extremely tricky angle, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Not good. The Holy Knight was shocked. It was too late for him to dodge. The white spear penetrated his body, splashing out a large amount of blood. His knight's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the figure that had appeared from the black fog. Bang! The spear was pulled out, and the Holy Knight fell heavily to the ground. Blood stained the ground below him. Ron's figure appeared beside the Holy Knight. He coldly raised his head with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Everyone was stunned. In just an instant, a Saint Domain expert had been killed. It was clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Although those people had healers with them, they didn't even have time to help before they were killed by Ron. Ron's current strength had far surpassed ordinary sacred domain powerhouses. His soul power was extremely pure and powerful. Damn it, that kid killed Lavin. Kill him, avenge Lavin. Those black-clothed people were shocked and angry. They miscalculated. They didn't expect Ron's strength to be so strong. They roared and pounced, intending to besiege the two of them. Kill! Shaya's eyes turned blood red. She let out a long roar and summoned the nightmare beast. Then, she lifted Nicole up and held her under her body. Her other hand held the sacred sword Blazing Ambition. With blazing heat, she blasted it towards the leading black-clothed man. Hee hee, you want to bully us with numbers? Let me tell you, even in the sacred domain, the realm is different. Ron sneered and summoned the abyssal skeletal dragon. With Ron's current strength, summoning 3 abyssal skeletal dragons was not a problem. Not long after, 3 abyssal skeletal dragons appeared in the sky at the same time. Dragon. It's the abyssal skeletal dragon. Powerful abyssal creatures. What a powerful aura of death. Quick, kill the summoner. The black-clothed people were stunned. Their eyes widened in shock as they watched the 3 abyssal skeletal dragons swoop down from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The tranquil forest was ignited with the flames of war. A powerful aura of death enveloped the land. It was as if a natural disaster had descended. The ground cracked, and countless rocks were swept up into the air. Ron's body nimbly shuttled through the forest. He did not summon skeleton warriors, terror knights, or other undead creatures because he knew that in a battle of this level, the number of skeleton warriors he had was no use. Although the skeleton warriors Ron summoned now were much stronger than before, they would still be killed in an instant in front of the power of the sacred domain. Ron displayed his might. Together with the curses and the 3 abyssal skeletal dragons, he defeated the sacred domain powerhouses who came to ambush him. Shaya also assisted in the attack. However, she had to protect Nicole behind her, so her fighting strength was greatly reduced. At this time, the black-clothed people also saw Shaya's weakness and cried out in alarm. Kill this death knight first. Attack the girl behind her, Lord Azek said, not to leave anyone alive. In an instant, all the attacks were aimed at Shaya. To be precise, they were aimed at the small figure behind Shaya. Rip! A large gash appeared from Shaya's shoulder to her chest. Her armor was shattered, and her snow-white skin was cut open, revealing the black flesh inside. Shaya groaned. Although the open wound didn't bleed, and she didn't feel any pain, it still hindered her movements to a certain extent. However, her wound was slowly recovering under the shroud of the evil aura. Even so, Shaya's situation gradually became worse as she faced the attacks of the sacred domain powerhouses. Whoosh! A bright light appeared on Shaya's body. In an instant, Shaya's injuries were healed. Thank you. Shaya knew that Nicole, as a necromancer, had used a healing spell on her. I'm fine. Nicole sweetly smiled. Since the beginning of the battle, Shaya had been risking his life to protect her, causing her heart to be moved. The reason why Shaya was hit by the sword was also to protect her. Damn it! Seeing Shaya being besieged, Ron showed a rare anger. He took a deep breath and raised his soul force to the maximum. At this moment, his eyes had already turned dark green. Ron was going all out. He was determined to attack with all his strength. In the sky, a black cloud slowly appeared. The cloud slowly expanded, and in a short while, it had already extended to half the sky. A powerful aura of death continued to spread. It was boundless, covering the sky. It was as if the entire sky was about to fall. Everyone could feel the atmosphere before death. What? What is this? What is going on with this powerful aura of death? The leader's eyes were filled with fear. The aura of death that covered the horizon was like a large stone pressing down on his heart, suffocating him. The black cloud floating in the sky was like a black cloud blocking the sun. In an instant, even the earth became dark. This is... Nicole's eyes widened. Nicole's eyes suddenly widened. She was completely dumbfounded, her eyes filled with disbelief. This is the highest mystery of necromancy, the power of death. How could he know this? Go to hell. Ron's eyes were filled with killing intent. He clenched his teeth, and all the energy in his body surged out. The 3rd chapter of the Book of Death, Death's Hand. Boom! As if something had been broken, a huge shadow of a hand suddenly stretched out from the dark and dense clouds and pressed down from the sky. No, don't! At this moment, Those people truly felt the terror of death. That huge hand seemed to be everywhere. No matter where they ran, they couldn't escape from the palm of that huge hand. That hand seemed to be very slow, but it was actually very fast. It quickly attacked the leader of the black-clothed men. Energy shield. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the leader of the black-clothed men despaired. He could only use the defensive ability Energy Shield in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. Under the powerful attack of the Death's Hand, just a light touch caused cracks to appear on the thick Energy Shield. What? No, don't. Don't kill me. The black-clothed man's eyes were filled with intense fear. His body shattered layer by layer like glass. One of them died. Ron turned his gaze to the other people, sneered, and stretched out his hand of death again. Don't kill me. I beg you. Spare me. I was wrong. I won't work for Azek anymore. When the black-clothed men saw how powerful Ron was, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Their faces immediately changed, and they began to cry bitterly and beg for mercy. Ron didn't hesitate in the slightest. Under the great power of the Death's Hand, all the Sacred Domain attackers were killed. The dark clouds that covered the sky finally dispersed, and light returned to the earth. The huge black hand that connected the sky and the earth also disappeared without a trace. It's fine now. Ron descended from the sky and put the Dragonbone staff back into his portal bag. He looked at the 7 or 8 corpses of the Sacred Domain powerhouses on the ground and said. Shea also sighed in relief. She originally thought that she would have to go through an intense and bitter battle. She didn't expect that Ron would take care of them so easily. She also smiled and put away her sword. At this time, Nicole struggled free from Shea's body and quickly ran to the corpse of the Sacred Domain powerhouse. At the same time, her body emitted a powerful soul force. Then, a blue light came out her body and fell on the corpse's face. Strangely enough, the corpse moved and suddenly trembled. It suddenly opened its eyes and rolled its eyes. At the same time, it spread its arms and desperately tried to grab something, as if it was trying to stop something. An expression of extreme pain appeared on its face, as if it had come back to life. What? Ron and Shea jumped in fright. Although they cultivated the power of the undead and had seen all kinds of unimaginable things in the world, including the resurrection of the dead, they still couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Nicole, what are you doing? Shea asked while stammering. She felt that Nicole was doing something terrifying because she could feel that Nicole's soul force was rapidly increasing. Nicole didn't answer Shea's question. Her eyes were still tightly closed as the powerful soul force was absorbed into her body through that blue light. At the same time, her face revealed a joyful expression. Finally, the absorption of energy finally stopped, and the blue pillar of light disappeared. Nicole opened her eyes with a swish, and her eyes shone with a bright light. Ron could feel that Nicole's soul force had grown qualitatively, but all this was still inconceivable to him. Nicole, what were you doing just now? Ron asked strangely. Why did I feel that your soul force suddenly increased greatly? This is called soul absorption. It's a high-level spell of necromancy magic. Nicole patiently explained. After a person dies, their soul won't dissipate immediately. It will stay in a body for a while, and that's the best time to absorb their soul force. After Nicole's explanation, Ron understood that Nicole was using soul absorption to absorb the soul force of the dead. Soul absorption could be used very frequently. Generally speaking, it had 2 uses. One was to heal the injuries of necromancers and recover the soul force they had consumed. The second was to integrate the absorbed soul force into one's own soul, thereby increasing one's soul force and increasing one's strength. You can increase your strength by absorbing the remnant souls of the dead. When Ron heard this, his mind became active. He lightly stroked his chin and revealed a pensive expression. In that case, using soul absorption to heal injuries doesn't have much meaning. Using it to increase one's strength is the right way to go. Ron, that's where you're wrong. Nicole said with a smile. Although using soul absorption can increase one's strength, the risk is also very high. Think about it. Integrating the berserk soul force of another into one's own is a hidden danger. It's fine when you're strong, But once you're unable to suppress that powerful soul force, it will cause chaos everywhere like a rebel army and devour your soul completely. When your soul is devoured by those berserk souls, you'll become a walking idiot. Devour my own soul and become an idiot? Ron and Shea looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. This necromancy spell of soul absorption was really too evil. If a necromancer cultivated this spell, it would be very difficult for them not to use it to increase their own strength. Think about it, easily obtaining the strength of someone who had cultivated for dozens of years. Such a temptation was simply too great for ordinary necromancers who thirsted for power. Even Ron couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't take the risk and use such a convenient method to easily obtain powerful strength. Chapter 636. In a spacious and luxurious huge room, there was a crisp go-go sound. Princess Vitara, who was dressed in military attire, was slowly walking in with several guards around her. She thought for a moment. Her face was tense, and there was no expression on her face. "Greetings, Your Highness Princess Vitala." A loud voice sounded out as the second prince, and Azek Sik walked up to the princess and knelt down on one knee, giving a full salute. They paid the highest respect to the princess of the Naga Sea tribe. The second prince was still fine, but making Azek kneel was simply asking for his life. He was half squatting, his meatball-like body slightly trembling. His head was dripping with sweat, and his expression was one of extreme pain. Vivera glanced at the two of them indifferently and nodded. "Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." The second prince gently bowed. They were both royal highnesses, but the second prince was only the royal highness of a small country in the Snow Orchid continent, while Vitala was the most beloved princess of the most powerful Naga Sea clan, Ocean Emperor Poseidon. She held military power in her hands, and the status of the two was far apart. With Princess Vitala's permission, Azek stood up as if he had been pardoned. "Your Highness, you look so charming." The second prince greeted Vitala with aristocratic etiquette and gently kissed the back of her hand. He showed what he thought was the most handsome smile on his face as he spoke softly. Azek also wanted to kiss the back of Vitala's hand like the second prince did, but Vitala found him disgusting and pulled his hand back. Azek could only laugh a few times to cover up his embarrassment. "I wonder what Your Highness Princess Vitala needs me to do for you to come to our country?" The young second prince asked. He looked a little nervous. The Naga Sea tribe had suddenly arrived in the Stan Empire, and the powerful 8th Legion had landed on the coastline. His father was seriously ill, and the eldest prince happened to be abroad for a visit. The second prince had no choice but to deal with this matter personally. Of course, Azek was indispensable. He was the eldest prince's confidant. When the 8th Legion landed, he was the first to know and immediately came to deal with it. If the first prince were to return without knowing anything about such a huge matter, his position as the wealthiest man in the country would probably come to an end. Vitali looked at the two expressionlessly and did not say anything. Instead, he walked past them and sat down in the middle of the main seat. This was the seat that the Stan Kingdom's emperor, who was also the second prince's father, usually sat in. The second prince and Azek looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Princess Vitala sat down and gently crossed her long legs. She glanced at the two people below and said with a commanding tone, "I'm here to look for someone, and I need your help." "Looking for someone?" When the second prince heard this, he finally felt relieved. So he was just looking for someone. Looking at Sway's attitude, he thought that he was going to start a war. He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "The Stan Empire is honored to be of service to Your Highness. May I know who Your Highness is looking for? Is this person in our Stan Empire now?" At this time, the young man from a Naga Sea clan behind Vitala took a step forward and opened a scroll with a swish. The long scroll hung down, revealing the portrait inside. He said in a deep voice, "I'm looking for these 3 people. The other 2 are fine, but the girl around 14 or 15 years old must be found." The portrait was of Nicole, Ron, and Shea. The painting skills were superb, and the colorful oil paintings made the 3 of them look lifelike. Their expressions and temperaments were vivid on the paper. It's them. The second prince and Azek were shocked. They never thought that Princess Vitala was looking for these three people. What? You've seen these three people? This time, it was Princess Vitala's turn to be shocked. Her eyes immediately became wild with joy. In the vast sea of people, she did not know where to start. The second prince slowly retracted his gaze, nodded, and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I saw them at the Lehman auction house." As he spoke, he described Nicole's performance at the Lehman auction house in detail, not leaving out a single detail. Vitala tilted her head and listened very carefully. Her beautiful eyebrows rose slightly, and after a long time, she said, "So, they have already left the city." "Yes, Your Highness Princess Vitala." Azek wanted to show off in front of the princess of the Sea clan, but unfortunately, the second prince stole the limelight every time. He was very depressed. Who asked the second prince to be so good-looking? He rushed to say. He carefully observed Princess Vitala's face. When he saw a trace of disgust on her face, he was delighted and immediately said, "I've sent people to kill them. I believe Your Highness will see their bodies soon." "What? You sent people to kill them?" Princess Vitala jumped up in shock when she heard this. She glared at him angrily. "Who told you to do this?" This. Vitala's reaction was beyond Azek's expectations. He originally made a bold guess. He guessed that these three people must be Princess Vitala's enemies. They must have offended the princess and escaped. Then, the furious princess led the army of the Sea clan to chase them here. He wanted to flatter him, but he didn't expect that he would flatter the horse's leg. Azek's face was sullen, and he could not say anything. "You think you're smart." The young Sea clan man next to Princess Vitala snorted and said, "The other two are fine, but if that little undead girl is hurt in the slightest, I'll take your dog life." Azek was so frightened that he could not say anything. At this time, the second prince came back to his senses. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, "Your Highness, I know which direction they went. If I'm not wrong, they should not have left the Stan Empire's territory yet." The second prince paused, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed deeply. He said in a deep voice, "If Your Highness needs it, I'll send the army to help find them. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll find them." The second prince expressed his willingness to cooperate, and at the same time expressed his determination, which won Princess Vitala's favor. "Very good, not bad." At this time, a smile appeared on Vitala's stiff face. However, this smile only lasted for a moment. The next moment, she stood up and said coldly, "There's no time to lose. Let's start the chase immediately." Although Vitala was a princess, she held military power. She had always been swift and decisive when doing things much better than her brothers. Night fell. In a simple hotel in an unknown town, Ron was holding his breath and quietly entering a state of cultivation on a large bed in an ordinary room. He was comprehending the skill soul absorption, which was a unique skill of high-ranking undead. Through it, he could absorb the death aura of a recently deceased undead. The remaining soul strength could be used to heal his injuries or increase his strength. Ron and Shea could not resist the charm of this undead magic, so they asked Nicole to teach them this undead magic. Nicole agreed without hesitation. Not only did she teach them necromancy magic, she also explained some of the details and techniques to them. For Ron and Shaya, using the undead magic soul absorption to increase their strength was not very reliable. The risk was too great, but it was still very practical to use it to heal injuries. Of course, the premise was that there was a corpse that had just died not long ago, and secondly, there was residual soul power. The soul was the most mysterious thing in the world. No one would have thought that a life could exist in such a state. Of course, after a person died, their soul would not immediately disappear. It would only disappear into the endless void after a period of time. If the body was a boat, then the soul would be the person steering the boat. When the soul lost its body, the soul would die. When the body lost its soul, it would become a soulless, mindless walking corpse. As for necromancers, they were a class that cultivated spiritual energy. Through their powerful souls, they could unleash powerful necromancy magic. Similar to magicians who could control the elements, necromancers also had the ability to annihilate anything they wanted. They could summon powerful undead creatures in large numbers. Some of their undead magic was comparable to a forbidden spell. Even though Ron had cultivated soul strength for many years, and under the guidance of Grandpa Homelin, he had a deep understanding of the soul and soul strength. However, compared to the entire system, this understanding was extremely superficial. It was just a drop in the ocean. There were many questions that even Ron, who had cultivated undead magic for many years, did not understand. For example, where did the soul strength go to? Why could a soul strength exist in such a special form after losing its body? Why could soul strength transform into anything through summoning and even possess powerful strength? The birth of life, the meaning of death, what kind of philosophy did it contain in the vast universe? As time passed by, the east gradually revealed a trace of white. The bashful sun slowly climbed from the valley to the sky, sprinkling down tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light. Unknowingly, Ron had cultivated for an entire night. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the simple hotel. It immediately awakened Ron, who was cultivating and comprehending, because he heard that the footsteps came from Nicole. Bang! The door to Ron's room was pushed open, and then Nicole stumbled in. She was out of breath, and her face was filled with extreme fear. Ron, not good outside. There's suddenly a lot of Naga Sea tribe troops outside. They what? Chapter 637. Boom, boom, boom. Shea rode the nightmare beast and rushed out like a gust of wind. Behind her sat Nicole. She hugged Shea's waist tightly and thought nervously. Shea rode the nightmare beast and rushed left and right. The holy sword in her hand spun like a windmill. Wherever it passed, blood splattered and countless corpses fell. Dozens of heads flew into the air. It was the Nagasea clan warriors who were caught off guard by Shea using the powerful momentum of the nightmare beast to cut off their heads. It's her, the human woman who cultivates undead magic. Look, there's a girl in her teens sitting behind her. That's right, they're the people Her Highness is looking for. Stop her. Seeing the sudden appearance of their target, all the Nagasea clan warriors went crazy. They rushed towards Shea at the same time. More and more people surrounded Shea and Nicole. All the Nagasea clan warriors rushed forward, ignoring the difference in strength between the two sides. They desperately blocked Shea and prevented her from breaking through. The bravery of the 8th Sea Clan Legion could be seen. Although Shea was powerful, she was helpless in the face of a large number of Nagasea clan warriors. They were not afraid of death and sacrificed their lives to delay Shea's footsteps. Eyes of fear, Shea shouted angrily. She closed her eyes, and, at the same time, her eyes suddenly opened with a swish, turning blood red. A strong aura of fear spread out, spreading throughout the entire space. Ah, not good. Run. It's too scary. Don't kill me. As soon as the eyes of fear was released, a strong sense of fear surged from the hearts of all the Nagasea clan warriors. It was as if there was a terrifying giant beast in front of them. Coupled with Shea's powerful strength, their confidence and courage were instantly shattered, causing them to scatter and flee. As for Shea, he took the opportunity to charge forward and quickly opened up a bloody path. The eyes of fear was a kind of mental attack. The purpose was to trigger the fear that had been suppressed and hidden in the heart of the enemy, causing this fear to be magnified without limit, causing their heartbeat to accelerate and cold sweat to appear. At the same time, their strength would decrease, and the threat would decrease until they lost the courage to fight. This skill was extremely effective against enemies weaker than oneself. Of course, against enemies stronger than oneself, the eyes of fear was almost ineffective. Hold on for me. Stop her, the captain of the Naga clan shouted desperately, rushing his subordinates to surround him. However, his legs retreated from time to time. The intense fear caused his body to tremble involuntarily. Heroic strike. Shea didn't spare them. Her legs clamped together, and the nightmare under her legs simultaneously stood up on its front legs. At the same time, It issued a wild roar and charged towards the Naga warriors. Kill, kill, kill! Shaya's eyes were red from killing, and he quickly killed those weak Naga warriors in a disorderly manner. With a loud bang, the nightmare beast smashed through the hotel's sturdy wall and fiercely scuttled out. The nightmare beast soared into the air with Shaya and Nicole on its back. It steadily landed on the ground, and with a hiss, it fled like it was flying. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a small black dot. Everything happened in a flash. When the stunned Naga warriors came back to their senses, Shaya had already run far away. Chase! Chase! Don't let her escape. The Naga captain saw this and became anxious. No one could afford to let the girl escape again. Her Royal Highness Princess Vitala had already said that if they let those people escape this time, the officers of the 8th Legion, from top to bottom, would all be sent to the military court. The Naga captain immediately organized his men and started a chase, even though he thought that such a chase would be futile. Shaya's actions caused a huge commotion. The gap she rushed out from exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, a large amount of smoke was emitted. All the Naga warriors of the 8th Legion were alarmed. Everyone gathered in that direction. Over there, what happened? Could it be? The second prince looked at the commotion in the distance and opened his mouth wide in shock. Fleet's face changed. Not good. They have already started a breakout. Chase! Vitala gritted his teeth. Chase! After saying that, he took the lead and flew into the air. Roar! Buryorkov and the others of the 8th Legion let out a loud roar. At the same time, their bodies changed. More than 20 snake-like monsters appeared in front of everyone. They were as tall as 2 people, covered in scales, and had snake-like bodies. They were the true bodies of the Naga warriors. So, under Vitala's lead, all the experts of the sacred domain of the 8th Legion rose into the air at the same time and flew towards the place of the incident. The second prince took a deep breath and was about to fly with Princess Vitala. At this time, his sleeve was pulled. The second prince turned around and saw that it was Azisik. Azisik's fat and greasy arm was firmly pulling on his sleeve, unwilling to let go for a long time. What are you doing? The second prince felt disgusted at the sight of Azisik. This guy always used the favor of the first prince to oppose him. Azisik's old face turned red. I don't know how to fly. Can you bring me along? Azisik originally had a group of guards under him. His guards were all experts of the sacred domain. Every month, he spent a lot of black crystal coins to feed them. But he didn't expect that this group of guards would be destroyed by Ron in a single night. He was alone in this place and was afraid of staying, so he could only drag the second prince along. After all, he was still someone of the Stan Empire, wasn't he? Oomph. The second prince coldly snorted displeasure on his face. He was about to refuse, but when he saw Azisik's pitiful expression, he couldn't help but soften. Forget it. I'm here to do big things. I won't bother with him over small matters. The second prince thought to himself. He nodded and said, Let's go. As soon as his voice fell, he dragged Azisik and rushed into the sky. The second prince didn't expect that he would drag out a loyal subordinate. After the Stan Empire's emperor passed away, he didn't leave behind any last words. As a result, the two princes began a thrilling struggle for the throne. When the civil war was about to break out, Azisik suddenly rebelled without warning. He spent money to bribe the first prince's generals and helped the second prince obtain the final victory, supporting him to the throne of the Stan Empire. Of course, this was a story for later. They're here. Standing outside the window of the small inn, Ron quietly looked at the sky. More than 20 small black dots appeared in the sky and were rapidly approaching. Ron's face remained calm. He smiled slightly, took out the dragon bone staff from his space bag, and tapped it lightly. Then, his gaze became extremely cold. Come out, abyss skeletal dragon. Roar. With a roar, a black cloud of smoke suddenly spread out, and a terrifying aura filled the entire town. Rumble. Then suddenly collapsed, and a large amount of smoke and dust burst out. At the place where the inn collapsed, 5 powerful abyss skeletal dragons stood tall. The 5 abyss skeletal dragons flapped their wings, and their huge bone wings covered half the sky. Green flames burned in their empty eye sockets, and they opened their mouths and let out a long roar that shook people's hearts. What is this? Vitala's eyes widened. She looked at the huge, terrifying creature that seemed to only have a skeleton in front of her in astonishment. It's an abyss skeletal dragon. That guy is a sacred domain necromancer, Buryakov said in a deep voice. The 5 skeletal dragons flew into the sky and kept roaring. They faced more than 20 sacred domain necromancers, flying over without any fear. Of course, necromancers did not feel fear. A black fog appeared out of thin air, and Ron's figure in a black robe appeared. He appeared on the back of one of the skeletal dragons, holding the dragon bone staff in his hand. His pitch-black eyes stared at the people coming over, and his wooden face was expressionless. Who are you? Where's that girl? Vitala and the others flew in front of Ron. Seeing that he was alone, Frit asked coldly. Ron narrowed his eyes. He did not answer Frit's question, and only smiled coldly. Vitala looked at him and shouted, "Hand over that girl, and I'll spare your life." Ron shook his head and spat out a few words indifferently. "Impossible. Then go to hell." Vitala was infuriated by Ron's attitude. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She raised her hand, and a green longbow appeared in her hand. Vitala's profession was a sea witch. She was good at using magic and used a bow as a weapon. It was somewhat similar to the magic bow of the Night Elves. Legend has it that the Naga Sea, which had a special relationship with the Night Elves. Forked lightning. Vitala's eyes became extremely cold. She took out an arrow from nowhere, held it in her hand, and quickly put on the bowstring. A trace of lightning spread on the green longbow in her hand like a snake. The powerful lightning power filled the sky, and the sun was dimmed. Since the sea witch Haiju was a magic archer, she burst out with powerful combat effectiveness. As the bowstring bounced, the bow flew out of her hand and divided into 5. 5 powerful lightning bolts descended like heavenly punishment, directly bombarding the 5 abyss skeletal dragons. Boom. Not good. Ron was taken aback. He didn't expect the other party to attack. When he came back to his senses, the forked lightning had already arrived in front of him. The lightning was extremely fast, and it hit the 5 abyss skeletal dragons summoned by Ron at the same time. Their bodies were like being struck by lightning, and they let out a scream. That was close. Ron's figure appeared in the void. Although he barely dodged the attack, he was already drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Forked lightning can attack multiple targets at the same time. If Ron hadn't reacted quickly and dodged it, he would have been seriously injured at this moment. However, the 5 abyss skeletal dragons were not so lucky. They were all damaged to varying degrees. Damn it, he actually dodged it. Princess Vitala scolded fiercely. She shouted, "Let's go together and kill him for me. Don't see him, just see his corpse." "Yes," Buryakov and the others responded. They roared in unison, twisting their huge, soft, fish-like bodies and madly pouncing towards Ron. "Let's fight." Chapter 638. 5 abyssal bone dragons suddenly rushed out. They spread their huge bone wings, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. They opened their big mouths and spat out a wave of black with strong force. "Be careful, the abyss bone dragons are coming. Don't worry about them. Kill that necromancer first. He's a peerless expert of the sacred domain." The generals of the 8th Legion roared. They waved their weapons and rushed forward at the same time. Some pounced on the abyss bone dragons, but most of them used powerful skills to bombard him. Ron sneered slightly. He flipped the bone staff in his hand, and his eyes turned dark blue. His powerful soul power covered the sky like a demon king. At this time, a Naga powerhouse held a huge trident and slashed at Ron. Pum! Like magic, Ron's body turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. The next moment, Ron's figure appeared directly behind the Naga's sacred domain powerhouse. He aimed at his head and slammed forward with 1933 Iron Blood. Poochie! The sharp bone spear pierced through the opponent's head. The Naga's sacred domain powerhouse died on the spot. "Oh my God, he actually killed the deputy commander. This guy is too strong." A Naga's sacred domain powerhouse exclaimed. He looked at Ron with a strong fear in his eyes. Don't panic. Seeing his subordinate die on the spot, Buryorkov was unmoved. He said coldly, everyone spread out. Don't give him a chance to attack alone. Unfortunately, Buryorkov's reminder was a little late. Ron attacked again. Frost Nova broke out and blew another sacred domain powerhouse into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Huff, huff. The flames of war ignited in the sky above the quiet town. Countless flames and frost covered the entire sky. The dazzling light was as dazzling as the sun. More than 20 oceanic species, sacred domain powerhouses attacked Ron at the same time. The power of the sacred domain shook heaven and earth, and even space was filled with the smell of killing intent. Moreover, he could also see that among the 20 or so sacred domain powerhouses, only a few of them were a threat to him. Most of the sacred domain powerhouses were only at the beginner stage of the sacred domain, and a few of them were at the intermediate stage. Among them, the burly man called the Legion Commander and the Naga woman called the Princess were at the advanced stage of the sacred domain. There was also a young Naga called Frit. He also had the strength of a high-level sacred domain expert. Since he was proficient in using water and fire magic, Ron speculated that he might be a Naga magician. Of course, Ron did not know that the Naga Sirens did not have magicians. They had another name, Siren. Fetters of Wind. Seeing this scene, Vitala was angry. She pulled the bowstring, and the arrow turned into a whirlwind, fiercely entangling. Ron took a deep breath. Facing Vitala's attack, he did not dare to be careless. He took a step back, summoned the white bone shield, and carefully dispelled Vitala's fetters of wind. At this time, the 5 abyss bone dragons also showed their power. They roared, opened their mouths, and spat out a powerful black flame. The black flame rolled back toward the crowd, and the burning space was filled with a strong smell of corrosion. The fierce battle in the sky brought destruction to this town, which was known for its peace. Countless magic and combat energy fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Many houses collapsed under the influence of the powerful force and burned fiercely. This place had become a battlefield, and Ron was the king of the battlefield. So powerful. Is this guy really a high-level sacred domain powerhouse? With the strength of a single person. Looking at the powerful Ron, Vitala was shocked to the extreme. There was only one thought in her mind. How is he so strong? From information provided by Gamma High Priest, Vitala knew that this guy should be a high-level sacred domain powerhouse. The high-level sacred domain was a rare existence among the sacred domain powerhouses. Most of the sacred domain powerhouses' cultivation stopped at the low level. After reaching the low-level sacred domain, they could not make any progress in their lifetime. The reason was very simple. Unlike the master level, a sacred domain powerhouse needed an extremely large amount of power to advance to the next level. Many people stopped at this level. On the other hand, high-level sacred domain powerhouses were the best of the best in the sacred domain. Vitala herself was also a high-level sacred domain powerhouse. It was reasonable to say that she should be on the same level as Ron. However, when she really fought with him, she realized that Ron, who had powerful undead magic, was far stronger than her. However, what made Vitala curious was that according to Gamma High Priest's instructions, there should be 2 people who attack Stefoxic and Okinmel. However, there was only one sacred domain powerhouse. Where did the other sacred domain powerhouse go? Forget it, let's kill him first. Vitala gritted her teeth, and a trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, he's only one person. Let's attack together, kill." Under Vitala's command, the morale of the Naga powerhouses was greatly boosted. They charged toward Ron in an extremely heroic manner. For a moment, the pressure on Ron increased greatly. "You're courting death." Murderous intent flashed in Ron's eyes. He pushed his soul power to the limit. At this moment, he was going all out. Ron cooperated with the Abyss Skeletal Dragon, using powerful undead magic and strange curses. He constantly wandered among the Naga powerhouses of the sacred domain. Is that guy a necromancer? Yes, a guy who cultivates the power of the undead. He's actually so strong. The fierce battle unfolded in the sky above the town. On the ground, more than 100,000 Nagasiren Legion members stopped and watched. They could not intervene in such a battle. Bah-da, bah-da. The thick four hooves of the nightmare stepped on the bluestone road of the town. The burning flames burned the hard ground black. It was Shea and Nicole. As Ron was holding back the sacred domain powerhouses of the Nagasiren Legion, they had to escape from the encirclement of the 8th Legion. Shoo! At this time, Shea pulled the reins and the nightmare stopped. She turned the horse's head and quietly looked at the sky behind her with a worried look in her eyes. Ron, will he be okay? So powerful, so powerful. I really didn't misjudge him. Ron is really strong. Nicole sat behind Shea and clapped her hands excitedly. A look of appreciation flashed in her beautiful eyes. Although he is a high-level sacred domain powerhouse, his realm is far beyond his opponents, especially his understanding of the law of death. Many sacred necromancers can't catch up with him. I don't know which mentor he is training with. Nicole smiled. There aren't many mentors who can teach such an outstanding disciple. Law of death? Shea froze for a moment and hurriedly asked, "What is the law of death?" The law of death is... Nicole rolled her eyes and smiled. This thing is extremely complicated. I will explain it to you when I have time. Seeing that Nicole did not say anything, Shea did not force her. Ron is really strong. Shea nodded in agreement. In terms of strength, I'm also not his opponent. At this time, Nicole's expression gradually changed from excitement to shock, and then to incomparably solemn. Soul ignition. Ron actually used soul ignition. Is Ron going to go all out? Nicole said in astonishment. She could see with a glance that Ron's soul force had suddenly soared out of the ordinary. He was the silent king of you. Ron was forced to use soul ignition? Shea was shocked. She knew that although soul ignition allowed one to obtain a powerful soul force for a short period of time, the side effects were also huge. If it was light, one's soul would be injured, and if it was heavy, one would directly turn into an idiot. The soul was an extremely fragile thing. Just a slight attack was enough to heavily injure it. Shea was faintly worried. The battle in the air had already reached its climax. Powerful energy filled the sky, and the entire space seemed to be on the verge of shattering. At this time, Ron's eyes had already turned a deep green, and his face was covered with green bruises. He looked extremely sinister. The soul ignition he had used had already reached its final stage, and his soul force was beginning to show varying degrees of decline. Seeing this, Frit was overjoyed. His energy is beginning to dry up. Everyone, quickly surround and kill him. Blazing arrow. At this time, Frit chanted in a low voice, and a blazing hot magic arrow rapidly formed. With a slight wave of his hand, the blazing arrow flew out of his hand. The blazing arrow was a single target spell of the sacred domain and possessed powerful destructive power. White bone shield, Ron coldly shouted, and a white oval shield appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of him. Boom! A strong flame exploded in the sky, and the blazing heat burned the sky. For a time, Ron was surrounded by smoke. At this time, two Naga's sacred domain powerhouses rushed over. They waved the powerful machetes in their hands, and the blade emitted the light of a sacred weapon. Huff! Ron shouted loudly. His reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately counterattacked. Poochie! Poochie! Although he successfully killed one, Ron's body was cut open. From his chest to his abdomen, it was more than 30 centimeters long, and blood was constantly dripping. After being slashed, Ron only felt pain in his chest. When he looked down, blood had already soaked his black robe. At this time, the surrounding space suddenly changed. The sky suddenly became dark, and the air was filled with a cold and suffocating smell. Ron looked up, and his eyes widened. What? High in the sky, the tall figure of Vitala stood. Her long tail was slightly curled, and the bowstring in her hand had been pulled into a full moon. She was ready to shoot. Vitala clenched her teeth, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Frost arrow. Boom! The frost arrow flew out from the bowstring, and a huge amount of frost energy pressed down from the sky, bringing with it death and coldness as it blasted towards the heavily injured Ron. The arrow left a shallow trajectory in the air. Ron! Shaya's heart leaped into her throat as she cried out, begging him to share it with her. Chapter 639. Boom! A powerful frost energy burst out like a beautiful flower blooming in the air, beautiful and cold. Ron's strength was greatly reduced. He could no longer block the attack from the distant sky. He fell down like a kite with a broken string. In the distance, Shaya's face was pale. At this time, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. No, I have to go back. What? You want to go back? Nicole was shocked when she heard this. It was not easy to rush out, but now she had to rush back. She was at a loss. Then what should I do? Sorry, Nicole. Our mission is over. Shaya took a deep breath and looked at Nicole quietly. For me, if Ron dies, no amount of black crystal coins means anything. So the mission is canceled. I'm sorry, Nicole. I can't escort you to your destination. I have to go back and save Ron. But, Nicole panicked. She wanted to say something, but at this time, the nightmare's huge body twisted and gently threw her to the ground. Shaya glanced at her and did not say anything. She pulled the reins with both hands and quickly returned to the original path. Nothing was more important than Ron. Shaya rode the nightmare and ran quickly. The black shadow that flew past left behind a burning flame. Shaya's hands tightly held the reins with a determined expression on her face. Ron, I'm coming. Cough, cough. Ron fell into a house in the town, smashing a big hole in the roof of the house. At this moment, he was standing up in a sorry state. He's coming down. Kill him. Ron fell to the ground, triggering the monstrous killing intent of the 8th Legion of the Nagasi clan. They were all ordinary experts and did not have the ability to fly. When they saw Ron fall, they all rushed over to kill him. For a time, countless arrows and magic bombarded the small house. At the same time, countless Nagasi clan warriors rushed up like ants. You're courting death. Ron's eyes flashed coldly in the face of the Naga clan's 8th Legion. No matter what, he was still a genuine powerhouse of the sacred domain. Even if he was seriously injured, he would not be bullied by those ant-like existences. Pung, pung, pung. With a wave of the bone staff in his hand, a huge, unparalleled soul force was released. Dozens of heads of the Naga sirens that rushed up exploded, and blood splashed on the ground. The blood that splashed out woke the Naga siren soldiers up a little. They were horrified to remember that the thin young man in front of them was a real powerhouse of the sacred domain. He was seriously injured and as dangerous as a wild beast. At this moment, Ron's body was covered with wounds of various sizes. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood. 3 inches below his ribs, there was a ghastly wound. The wound was slightly white, and some strange ice shards were flowing down from the wound. Needless to say, this was the handiwork of Veteranus Sea Witch. Huff! Huff! Ron panted heavily as he looked around with his blood-red eyes. Only then did he discover that 3 of the 5 abyssal bone dragons he had summoned had already been annihilated. The remaining 2 were still bitterly holding on. Although Ron had also killed 1 person and injured 2 others, the price he had paid was also heavy. He was also covered in scars all over. Hee, you can't hold on any longer. Veterana sneered. Her figure slowly descended from the sky. Surrender. Hand over the girl, and I can let you live. What should I do? Ron began to worry. At this time, Ron's eyes fell on the corpse of the sacred domain powerhouse that he had just killed. Soul absorption. Ron gritted his teeth and used this soul absorption spell on the corpse of the Sea Clan's sacred domain powerhouse, according to the method taught by Nicole. Ron had spent a night practicing this soul absorption spell, but he had not been able to grasp the key points. But this time he succeeded. With a pung sound, countless black soul energies were drawn out of the corpses. Huff! A look of agony appeared on the corpse's face, and the air was filled with miserable shrieks from the souls that were being sucked out. The black smoke formed the figure of a person, which was the Oceanic tribe's Saint Realm expert. The remnant of the Naga powerhouse's soul was extracted by Ron and absorbed directly into his soul. Through the perception of the soul, Ron saw a strange soul being pulled into his knowledge sea. It was the soul of the dead Naga powerhouse. At this moment, the face of the soul was full of horror. "This is it." Ron smiled slightly. His soul suddenly stretched out and grabbed the weak soul of the Sea Clan's sacred domain powerhouse. For the powerful soul of Ron, the weak soul of the Sea Clan's sacred domain powerhouse was like a kitten. The soul was firmly grasped by Ron. Its face showed a painful expression. It kept struggling, trying to break free from Ron's control. Ron's soul sneered. At this moment, his eyes shone. Boom! The soul of the Sea Clan's sacred domain powerhouse was crushed by Ron. It carried endless resentment and unwillingness. It turned into countless soul forces and penetrated into Ron's sea of consciousness. As soon as the huge soul force of the sacred domain powerhouse entered his body, Ron felt his spirit shake and his mind become clear. So comfortable. Ron felt his body go soft, and his entire body became light as a feather. Every pore on his body was filled with joy. At this time, he could clearly feel that his soul force was rapidly increasing. Not good. Ron was taken aback. He remembered Nicole's warning and immediately restrained his mind. He carefully guided the huge soul force out of his sea of consciousness and into various parts of his body. At this time, something strange happened. After the residual soul force absorbed by Ron entered Ron's sea of consciousness, it did not overflow. Instead, it flew directly into the whirlpool in Ron's sea of consciousness and was directly absorbed. The whirlpool was connected to the soul ring in Ron's hand. There was a vast space inside, as well as a hall made of bones and a strange nameless tower. This was Ron's understanding of the soul ring. What's going on? How did the soul that was absorbed get taken away? At this time, Ron was really shocked. The soul ring seemed to be competing with him for power. It directly took away the soul of the sacred domain powerhouse of the Naga Sea Clan without even saying a word. Ron was extremely shocked. For a necromancer like him, losing control over a soul that had been absorbed was absolutely unacceptable. Ron was not willing to give up. He immediately chased after it with his spiritual sense and entered the whirlpool channel. He wanted to see what was going on. Ron followed the soul into the space of the soul ring. The soul that was absorbed struggled desperately, but its body couldn't help but float forward, as if something was pulling it. It had an extremely frightened expression on its face, and there was despair in its fear. The soul floated through the Hall of Bones, entered the nameless tower, and then disappeared. Where did it go? Ron scratched his head. The scene in front of him made him feel incredible. The terrifying and powerful soul ring added a bit of a strange feeling. Ka, ka, ka. At this time, Ron's face changed greatly. He heard a familiar sound. This sound terrified him because he had suffered from this sound before. The nameless tower in the soul ring began to rotate, emitting a dazzling light. The light illuminated the entire space. Suddenly, the chaotic space in the soul ring began to brighten, like a sleeping beast that had begun to wake up. Ron was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on. Did I use soul absorption wrongly? Ron had only used soul absorption for a split second, and no one had seen what he had done. At this time, Vitala and the others were closing in one after another. At this moment, Fleet, who was approaching, frowned, for he saw a strange sight which was beyond his comprehension, and made him stop in his tracks. At this moment, the terrifying necromancer in front of him closed his eyes as if he was asleep. A calm and peaceful expression appeared on his face. What is he doing? Fleet took a step back vigilantly. He's cultivating. How is that possible? Batala's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, he felt that it was a little funny. At this critical moment, this guy actually had the leisure to cultivate. Did he not know that he was about to be killed? Cultivating, as if they had seen something incredible, all the Naga powerhouses were shocked. They looked at Ron strangely and felt a kind of anger for being ignored. Damn it, this guy doesn't put us in his eyes. At this time, a Naga powerhouse in the sacred domain was angry. He waved a huge trident. I want to kill him. I want to let him know the price of playing with us. Be careful, it's a trap. Buryorkov was still an old man. No matter how he looked at it, this matter was a bit strange. How could he suddenly cultivate in the middle of a battle? I'm thinking, could he be plotting some kind of conspiracy? I don't think so. This guy must be crazy. The Naga Siren powerhouse from the 8th Legion smiled coldly, revealing a row of sharp teeth in his long and pointed mouth. He gently saluted. Your Highness Princess Vitala, please allow me to kill him. This person is determined to be our enemy. It doesn't make sense to keep him alive. Okay. Vitala thought for a while, nodded, and solemnly added, You have to be careful. Don't worry, Your Highness. The Naga powerhouse holding the trident smiled coldly. For him, killing a guy who had entered a state of cultivation was not a matter of concern. I will gently cut off his head so that he won't feel any pain. The Naga Siren powerhouse finished speaking. He held the shiny trident in his hand and walked closer step by step with a grin. He raised the trident high towards Ron, who had no ability to resist. Stop! At this time, a cold voice came from the sky, stopping the Naga powerhouse from the sacred domain who was about to kill Ron. Vitala looked up and saw a tall figure in heavy armor standing on top of a high rock. It seemed to be a female death knight. Beside her stood a beautiful figure. It's her. Vitala recognized her at a glance. Who else could that person be if she wasn't the girl she had been looking for? However, before Vitala had time to be surprised, the next moment she was extremely angry. Chapter 640. Shea stood behind Nicole, her beautiful eyes coldly sweeping across the Naga powerhouse below. The holy sword in her hand was pressed against Nicole's throat. Let him go, Shea said coldly. I know you're looking for this girl. Otherwise, I'll kill her first. The trident stopped beside Ron, leaving less than a centimeter from his neck. With a light stroke, Ron's head would be separated from his body. The Sacred Domain powerhouse holding the trident glanced at Shea, then looked at Vitala unwillingly. Vitala gritted his teeth and waved his hand helplessly. The Sacred Domain powerhouse moved the trident away, but he lifted Ron up and held him in his hand. Ron was still unconscious, as if he had entered a meditative state. If he was still cultivating, he would have woken up by now. Shea, I remember your name is Shea, right? That's right. We are indeed looking for this girl. As for you, Vitala narrowed his eyes. As long as you hand over the girl, we'll let bygones be bygones. Ron and Shea had killed 2 Sacred Domain powerhouses. With the temper of the Oceanids, it was already very magnanimous of them to not pursue the matter. On the other hand, it also showed Nicole's importance. That's right. Shea nodded. I'll use this girl to exchange for Ron. Exchange? Vitala's eyes lit up. If they could capture this little girl, it would be worth it. However, she remained silent. Why should I believe you? Shea hesitated for a moment and said, We have no intention of becoming enemies with the Oceanids. Very well. Vitala smiled and waved behind him. Let him go. The Sacred Domain powerhouse obeyed Vitala's order and escorted Ron to Shea. Shea also escorted Nicole forward. Nicole's expression was stiff, her eyes were dull, and she was unconsciously pushed forward by Shea. Wait. The Sacred Domain powerhouse and Shea escorted the two together. When they were about to exchange hostages, Vitala stopped them. What's wrong with the girl? Vitala looked at Nicole's stupefied face and asked suspiciously. It's nothing. I've temporarily controlled her mind with soul manipulation. As soon as I leave, she will wake up. Shea replied faintly. Don't play tricks. Vitala snorted and waved his hand. Release him. The Naga powerhouse with the trident pushed Ron's body forward. And Shea let go of Nicole, and the Naga expert immediately grabbed her. Reporting to your highness, it's him. The Naga clan expert carefully examined Nicole and did not find any traces of disguise. So he said, that's right. Shea took Ron and found that he was fine except for fainting. She was relieved. Although his injuries were serious, they were not a big problem. Strangely, the soul power in Ron's body was running wildly, and he entered a state of cultivation. What a worrisome fellow. Shea said softly with a reproachful tone. She hugged Ron's thin body in her arms. Afraid that he was cold, she took out a blanket from the space bag and wrapped it around him. Can we go now? Go. Vitala sneered. You two killed so many of our people, and you want to leave? Shea's face changed. Didn't you say that you would let bygones be bygones? You didn't keep your word. Yes, I did say that I would let bygones be bygones. Vitala smiled. But I don't intend to pursue your crimes now. I want you to die. Vitala's eyes were filled with killing intent. Charge and kill them. Kill. At Vitala's command, the soldiers of the 8th Legion obeyed. They wriggled their huge bodies and slithered like snakes. The soldiers of the 8th Legion were led by a group of powerhouses from the sacred domain. With a cruel grin on their faces, they charged at Shea and Ron. Haha. Shea was not surprised at this time. Instead, she laughed. Okay. Then take a good look at who she is. Vitala had a bad feeling. She looked down and saw that the little girl's face began to change. Avatar. Vitala was shocked. Only then did she know that the girl in front of her was actually an avatar. This special item could not only change the appearance of the person being substituted, but it could also imitate the person's body temperature and breathing. Even Princess Vitala, who had always been clever, was fooled. At this time, she became extremely angry. Kill her, Princess Vitala shouted. Shea let out a long laugh. She suddenly pulled out the sacred artifact longsword and sent out a black flame sword wave. Pong! Dozens of Naga Ray soldiers in front of Shaya turned into ashes as they wailed. It's useless. You are not our opponent at all. Vitala sneered. She had already seen that the Death Knight's strength was worse than that of the Necromancer. It was about the level of the sacred domain. Even a high-level Necromancer of the sacred domain could not withstand their siege, let alone this Death Knight of the sacred domain. Besides, Shea was still holding a person in her hand, which greatly reduced her strength. Vitala's eyes were filled with hatred. She did not expect that she would be tricked again and again. It would be a lie to say that she was not angry. Boom! At this time, Shea had already fought with Buriorkov of the sacred domain. Buriorkov used a shining golden halberd. It was extremely heavy and exuded the aura of a sacred weapon. At this time, Buriorkov found that the other party was extremely protective of the person in her hand. Every attack would cause a powerful rebound. Are they a couple? That's easy. Buriorkov smiled and changed his method. The halberd in his hand kept greeting Ron. Despicable, Shea shouted angrily. A large amount of black flames burst out from her body and swept toward Buriorkov along the sharp tip of the sword. Boom! With a loud bang, countless lightning bolts spread out. Shea only felt pain behind her. She turned around and saw Vitala's sneering face. Vitala was holding a green longbow. The bowstring was still trembling. There was no need to ask. The sneak attack on Shea was her masterpiece. At this time, the 8th Legion's sanctuary experts and soldiers surrounded Shea, forming a besieging scene. Countless halberds and sharp swords greeted Shea's body. Even though the Death Knight's defense was extremely strong, his solid and thick armor was still pierced through and bright red blood seeped out. For a time, the situation was extremely dangerous. At this time, Shea was like a small boat in the sea. Under the powerful attack of the 8th Legion, she could be overturned at any time. Even so, Shea still risked her life to protect Ron. The thick blanket was already stained with blood. It was unknown whether it was the enemy's or Shea's. Are we going to die here? Shea thought sorrowfully. She stretched out her hand to block the sword of another sacred domain powerhouse that was thrusting towards Ron. Under the powerful pressure of the enemy, she kept retreating. Boom! At this time, under the powerful pressure of the enemy, Shea's body crashed into a big house in the town. The force of the collision was extremely strong. The house was also destroyed by the force. Kill her. She can't hold on for long. Buriorkov was overjoyed and said loudly. He stepped up his attack on Shea. Bang! Shea pushed her strength to the limit. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. A trace of blood splashed on the blanket wrapped around Ron's body and slowly flowed down from Ron's tightly closed eyes. Perhaps it was due to the stimulation of Shaya's warm blood. Ron instantly woke up. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Ron woke up. He stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the tip of his sword. The sword was aimed at Shaya's heart. Ron's hand tightly grasped the sharp sword. Blood flowed down his arm. Chapter 641. The tall Naga powerhouse held his sword with a helpless expression on his face. Die! With resentful eyes shining brightly, Ron spat out a word with his tightly sleeping lips. A sharp sword-like gaze suddenly pierced through the space between his eyebrows. The Naga clan expert felt a sharp pain coming from his head. Immediately after, an extremely strange scene appeared. The head of the Naga clan expert suddenly became thick and swelled like a balloon. It grew bigger and bigger, and the Naga clan expert revealed a pained expression. Bang! Finally, the balloon expanded to its limit and exploded. The head of the Naga powerhouse from the sacred domain exploded like a watermelon, and blood flowed down his brain. How could this be? The 8th Legion's Saint Domain experts were dumbstruck when they saw Ron awaken. In that instant, they felt a sense of danger that seeped into their hearts. Bang! 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 Ron's eyes widened, and a powerful pressure spread out. The heads of the surrounding Naga powerhouses exploded one after another like popcorn. Their huge bodies fell down with a loud bang, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose. With Ron's powerful strength, these powerhouses below the sacred domain were basically insta-killed. Soon, the corpses of the Naga powerhouses died. No one noticed that from the corpses of the dead Naga powerhouses, a thin black thread-like object floated out of their bodies and flew towards Ron as if it had a target. Ron opened his mouth and sucked the black threads into his mouth. The black threads struggled constantly, and a look of fear appeared on their smoke-like faces. These black threads were the souls of the dead Naga powerhouses. They were bound by Ron's soul absorption until they were absorbed into Ron's soul. After Ron absorbed those souls, his spirit was greatly shaken. The injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short while, he was as good as new. Pong! Ron's body turned into thousands of black mist, breaking free from Shaya's embrace and floating in the air. Ron, you're finally awake. Shaya raised her head and looked at the sky. Her eyes were filled with surprise. That's right. Ron nodded slowly. He looked at Shaya, who was covered in wounds, and his eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible anger. Then his eyes turned to the sanctuary powerhouses of the sea race, and he sneered as he spoke in a deep voice. Those who hurt us must pay the price. What? He actually woke up. Vitala was shocked. Buryorkov sneered. So what if he woke up? In the end, all they did was die. No one can fight against the powerful 8th Legion. Looking at Ron, who was quietly floating in the sky, for some reason, Frit instinctively sensed danger. Be careful. I'm afraid this guy isn't that simple. It doesn't matter. Let's kill him first. Vitala gritted his teeth and said. As long as he killed this necromancer, he would be able to find out the girl's whereabouts through his soul. Therefore, Vitala was not worried about not being able to find her as long as she was still in the Snow Orchid continent. Kill! Under Vitala's command, the 8th Legion once again launched a huge attack. Countless Oceanic tribe warriors rushed out dauntlessly. Frogmen, fishmen, and other races all held their weapons and charged forward. The Oceanic tribe siren, sea witch, and other professions all released long-range attacks. In an instant, countless frost and fireballs flew into the sky. The Oceanic tribe's coral chariots also began to roar. Stones with various magical powers were thrown into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vitala, Frit, Buryorkov, and the others turned into a group of phantoms and flew out like a stream of light. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws like snakes swimming in the air. They flew over from 4 different directions. What's going on? Nicole, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. She looked at Ron in the sky with a trace of confusion in her eyes. She felt that the Ron who had woken up was different, but she could not tell what the difference was. Nicole's hand gradually tightened as she thought to herself, Ron, you have to work hard. Damn it! Shea shouted angrily and took a step forward. She waved her long sword and put on a desperate posture. The heavy armor made a GA sound as she moved. At this time, she felt dizzy in her mind, but her body showed signs of overdraft. Shea shouted in her heart. At this time, she only felt that her body was heavy. She looked up and saw that Ron was standing on her right shoulder. The broad shoulder armor just accommodated Ron's thin body. Ron, you... Shea asked dumbfounded. She could see that Ron's eyes contained a strong fighting spirit. Shea, don't worry. Looking at the group of Naga clan members flying over like monsters, the corners of Ron's mouth curled up into a sneer. Leave these people to me. Unexpectedly, Shea nodded obediently. She straightened her body and looked at the rushing Sea Tribe warriors without fear. Ron's robe swayed. In his white arm, he tightly grasped a bone staff. The skull of the young dragon at the top of the bone staff was so dazzling. Its pitch-black eyes emitted a strange light. Why? I have a bad premonition. Azahik was held in the air by the second prince. The fat on his body was constantly trembling, and his face showed a look of fear. He always had an indescribable intuition when danger was approaching. It was this intuition that allowed him to escape danger time and time again. It was this intuition that allowed him to survive until now. Not good. Let's leave. That necromancer is too scary, Azahik said in a panic. If we don't leave now, we will all die. Really? The second prince was skeptical. In his eyes, Ron was no different from a dead man. However, he was cautious by nature. After hesitating for a moment, he felt that it was better to listen to Azahik. He immediately turned around and flew away with Azahik. At this time, Ron began to chant in a low voice. Night pervades the decaying land. The dim moonlight can't disperse the sadness of death. On the battlefield of blood and fire, the dead remember the glory of the past. Hatred reverberates in the air with an inextinguishable faith. Great undead, how can you tolerate that damned enemy stepping on your corpse? When the knell rings, can you stand on the earth again? Shea quietly listened to the incantation. Her thoughts seemed to fly to an ancient battlefield. On the decaying land, blood and flames intertwined. The enemy stepped on the corpses of the dead, laughing wantonly. The aura of hatred filled the air. Suddenly, it was as if a raging fire had burst out in his heart, burning fiercely. At this moment, a black book quietly floated above Ron's head, emitting a vast and majestic aura of death. This is... In the distance, Nicole opened her eyes wide, revealing a look of disbelief. The Book of Death. How is this possible? Who the hell is he? How can he have the Book of Death? Nicole's body gently trembled. Her hands were tightly clenched due to her excitement, and her knuckles turned white due to excessive force. Ron's face was as calm as water. He calmly chanted until he spat out the last syllable. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He waved the bone staff in his hand, and a powerful aura of death instantly burst out in all directions. The Book of Death, Chapter 4, Undead Overture, Elegy of Death, boom. A powerful and overwhelming force spread out in all directions, bringing with it an intense aura of death. Although it wasn't close, it already made people feel the fear of death. The huge aura of death covered the sky and shrouded everything in the surroundings. Even the sun in the sky was overshadowed. Is this possible? Vitala and the others had fear in their eyes. How can he be so powerful? The vast aura of death covered the sky as if Doomsday had arrived. The soil on the ground began to harden, turning into hard black soil. A faint cyan color appeared in the soil. Crack, crack, crack. Countless undead crawled out from the ground. These skeletons held weapons in their hands, and their eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glint as they kept howling. The powerful Terror Knights held long swords in their hands as if they were warriors waiting for orders, standing quietly. In the sky, dozens of abyssal skeletal dragons flapped their fleshless, bony wings, letting out long and frightening roars. Countless undead creatures were summoned in an instant, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. How? How can so many undead creatures suddenly appear? Skeletal dragons. So many skeletal dragons. Each skeletal dragon has the strength of the sacred domain. How can we fight this? We are dead. The faces of the 8th Legion's sacred domain powerhouses flashed with strong fear. Even Vitala's face was pale. The strength of the opponent was far beyond her imagination. Let me tell you, Ron sneered. We necromancers are never afraid of being besieged. After saying this, Ron waved the staff in his hand, and hundreds of thousands of undead charged towards the 8th Legion as if they had heard the order. For a time, the two sides broke out in a great battle. At this time, the Naga powerhouses were horrified to find that under the influence of the aura of death, the attack power and defense power of the undead had greatly increased, giving them a headache. What was even more frightening was that these undead seemed to have an immortal body. They didn't even have the concept of injury at all. Even if half of their body was cut off, they could quickly regrow it. The Naga Sirens were facing a group of races that were not afraid of death and could not be killed. In just one breath, the 8th Legion suffered huge casualties. Countless Sea Race warriors died under the blades of the Terror Knights. Some were dismembered by the skeleton warriors, and more were burned by the powerful black flame spewed out by the dozens of abyssal skeletal dragons in the sky. The balance of the war tilted towards the undead. Under the powerful aura of death, Ron was determined to completely bury all living creatures. Chapter 642. The soldiers of the 8th Legion were finally afraid. No matter how brave they wouldn't participate in a battle that they were bound to lose. The current situation was like this. Countless undead were surging out from the ground. These undead had no fear and could not be injured. Moreover, they were very powerful. Under the attack of such an undead army, the 8th Legion finally collapsed. Quickly run, heavens! Save me, save me! The 8th Legion began to flee. They no longer cared about the orders of their superiors and the dignity of a soldier. One by one, they began to flee. However, in Ron's domain, they had nowhere to run. There were skeletons, abyssal bone dragons, and Terror Knights everywhere. The entire town was almost destroyed. The damaged coral chariots were set ablaze. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood dyed the black soil red. The undead army became more and more courageous as they fought. They howled loudly as they killed and dismembered one sea tribe warrior after another. The air was filled with strange notes, as if they came from the heavens. When the undead heard these notes, they seemed to have gone mad and began to fight crazily. The undead overture had the power to shake people's hearts. The second prince and Azek stood high up on a mountain, looking at everything in front of them. Even the second prince couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. No one would have thought that a necromancer besieged by more than 20 sacred domain powerhouses could actually erupt with such powerful fighting strength. Azek, it seems that your premonition was correct. The second prince shook his head in relief. Fortunately, we didn't participate. Otherwise, the second prince didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. If they hadn't run far away, they would have been surrounded by the undead. They naturally knew what was going on inside. There were many sacred domain powerhouses that had died, so it didn't matter if they died. Once they were enveloped by the black fog, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Those undead would tear them to pieces. This was a domain, Ron's domain. This guy is too powerful. Azek looked at all this with lingering fear. Is he really a sacred domain powerhouse? Why are other sacred domain powerhouses unable to fight back in front of him? I don't know. The second prince shook his head and hesitated for a moment. However, the strength of the experts in the sacred domain sometimes doesn't just refer to strength. There are also differences in realms. Realm? Azek was surprised. His strength was low, so he didn't know much about the path of cultivation. That's right, it's the realm. The second prince slowly raised his head and said in a clear voice, For example, I cultivate the power of the fire element. When my strength increases further and reaches the sanctuary realm, that's the fire domain. But above the domain, there's the law. That necromancer's realm is clearly much stronger than that of ordinary sacred domain experts. The only difference is the laws. The second prince took a deep look at Ron before slowly retracting his gaze. If I'm not wrong, this necromancer's realm has already far surpassed that of the necromancers. He has directly cultivated the law of death, which is of a higher realm. Strength requires cultivation, but realms require comprehension. This necromancer is a genius, the second prince said in a deep voice. The battle continued, and the balance of the war tilted towards the undead. Countless sea tribe warriors fell in a pool of blood. How could this be? Vitala was stunned. She used before freezing to kill a large number of undead, but after a while, those undead got up again. The strongest 8th Legion of the Sea Tribe was crippled by a human. She couldn't accept such a result. Ron stood in the field and cast a spell. Vitala looked at him as if she was looking at a demon, her body trembling in fear. How is this possible? Didn't he just tell us that he was an expert of the sacred domain? Why does he have strength that far surpasses ours? Princess Vitala. At this time, Frit, whose face was covered in blood, approached Vitala and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you should leave. That guy is too powerful." A faint fiery glow appeared on Frit's body. This was the power of his domain. Unfortunately, it was compressed to the size of a square foot. Ron's domain was too powerful. "I won't leave." At this critical moment, Vitala was unexpectedly stubborn. "I was the one who led the 8th Army. No matter what, I want to be with them." "No, Your Highness, you must leave." Frit's words were sobbing. "Dead, they are all dead. All the experts of the sacred domain of the 8th Legion were killed by those abyssal bone dragons. Their numbers are too many." Thud. Vitala's longbow fell to the ground. Her hands and feet were cold as she stared blankly at the brave Sea Tribe warriors who risked their lives in front of her to protect her. In the sky, the 8th Legion's commander was entangled by several abyssal bone dragons. He, who was seriously injured, was quickly dismembered by those abyssal bone dragons, and countless blood and organs scattered from the sky. The terrifying death elegy was like a giant beast, devouring all the living creatures around it. Countless undead howled and fought endlessly. All the merfolk warriors were killed by the undead, and their corpses were strewn all over the place. At this time, on the corpses of the Sea Tribe warriors, black threads began to slowly appear. These black threads were the souls of the Sea Tribe warriors. These souls seemed to be controlled by something and gradually converged in one place. It was Ron's direction. Soul absorption. The souls of countless Sea Tribe warriors were directly sucked into Ron's mouth. After a while, Ron's face revealed a joyful expression. Nicole, who was watching from a distance, opened her mouth wide in shock. This. He actually swallowed all the souls. Is he not afraid of indigestion? Soul absorption. This was a method necromancers used to absorb the souls of powerhouses who had died. It was usually used to treat one's injuries after a battle, but some undead ignored the rules of cultivation and directly absorbed the other party's soul into their own sea of consciousness, forcibly fusing with their own soul and thus strengthening their own soul force. Of course, doing this would increase one's soul force in a short period of time, but the side effects were also severe. If the fusion wasn't done well, there would be a backlash under special circumstances. Nicole came from a higher plane, so she naturally knew the dangers of soul backlash. However, Nicole had a few tricks that could do her best to avoid the situation. Even so, Nicole didn't dare to absorb too much soul force. She would only absorb a small portion and wait for it to be completely digested before absorbing more soul force. Nicole didn't even dare to think about absorbing a large amount of soul force at once like Ron did. A genius necromancy major who had comprehended the power of law had destroyed himself. Excessive pursuit of soul power will make one go crazy. Sigh, it looks like I really shouldn't have taught the necromancy magic soul absorption to him. This isn't helping him, it's harming him. Seeing Ron's soul force increase rapidly, Nicole let out a long sigh, her eyes revealing sympathy. Every soul retained the remnant consciousness of their previous life. Necromancers could use their powerful soul force to suppress them. However, Nicole knew that even if these souls were suppressed in the short term, they might not be able to be suppressed in the long term. This thing was like an addiction. After the first time, there would be a second time. As one absorbed more and more soul energy until it exceeded one's limit, one would be devoured by the soul energy absorbed, turning into a walking idiot. Nicole had seen many people like this. In front of the temptation of great power, a person's self-control was limited. However, Nicole didn't know that Ron didn't guide this power into his soul sea, but directly entered the soul ring through his sea of consciousness. Those absorbed souls all moved in one direction, and that direction was the nameless tower. Countless soul forces poured in, filling the entire soul ring space with dancing souls. They constantly wandered around, letting out mournful cries. Driven by the powerful soul force, the nameless tower began to slowly rotate. An intense green light swept in all directions, illuminating the entire soul ring space. The nameless tower was like a millstone, crushing all the souls that were absorbed. The crushed souls turned into strands of soul force, spreading throughout the entire space. In the sea of consciousness, the crushed soul force began to slowly seep out from the whirlpool, being absorbed by Ron's soul. The conscious soul was crushed, turning into an unconscious soul force. Ron didn't have to worry about a backfire at all when he absorbed these soul forces. This was a process of feeding back. In the sea of consciousness, Ron's soul was rapidly growing. At this moment, it had already turned into an indomitable giant. The thick barrier didn't have any space to accommodate it. Perhaps, in the near future, Ron would break through again. The next stage was the divine realm. Haha, this is great. Ron's face was flushed red due to excitement. My power is increasing rapidly. Soon, I will break through the barrier. Moreover, I don't have to worry about a soul backfire. As expected, this soul ring is a good thing. Ron's gaze fell on the soul ring on his finger. With this, I believe I will break through to the divine realm soon. With the increase of Ron's power, the secrets of the soul ring were finally revealed. Becoming a divine realm expert was the realm Ron dreamed of. The so-called power was the foundation. If Ron had the power of a divine realm back then, the Armistice Agreement wouldn't have needed to be signed. The Holy See wouldn't have been able to exist on the Noah continent anymore. Ron is absorbing these souls, Shea said in surprise. His soul force is increasing so quickly. But if this is the case, won't it? Shea was faintly worried. The soul backfire that Nicole spoke of wasn't groundless. As the slaughter unfolded, Ron's power grew stronger and stronger. His powerful aura filled the entire battlefield, causing all the enemies to feel a bone-chilling coldness in their hearts. How is this possible? His power is constantly increasing. The second prince's eyes were filled with disbelief. He has already reached the peak of the sacred domain. He's absorbing something. It seems to be the aura of the dead. As X said, the undead system is indeed terrifying. The second prince took a deep breath and said, "The 8th Legion of the Sea Folk is finished." On the other side, the powerhouses of the Naga Sea tribe looked at Ron with eyes full of fear. "Your Highness Princess Vitala, if you don't leave now, it will be too late," Frit pleaded as he stuffed a town return scroll into Vitala's hands. Facing the defeated 8th Legion and the increasingly powerful Ron, Vitala finally calmed down. She knew that now wasn't the time to let her emotions affect her decisions. "If you give it to me, what will happen to you?" Vitala asked softly as she tightly held the scroll in her hand. Fritz smiled miserably, a determined look in his eyes. He bowed slightly. "It is my honor to serve your highness." Vitala nodded. She took Fritz's hand and kissed his face. I won't let you die in vain. Believe me, Frit, I will definitely come back to kill him and avenge you. Vitala's eyes were burning with the flames of revenge. At this time, she did not hesitate to tear the town return scroll. Cloak. A blue light lit up from Vitala's body, emitting a dazzling light. Countless runes were constantly rotating in the air, and a trace of fluctuation appeared in the space created by Ron. Ron sensitively looked at the space runes that rose into the air, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Want to escape? Not a chance. Ron understood that if he didn't kill the snake, there would be endless trouble in the future. Once he started, he didn't intend to let anyone go. Hand of Death, Ron coldly shouted, and a huge black hand suddenly appeared, grabbing at Vitala. Under the pressure of the powerful death aura, the earth trembled slightly. Even if he used the town return scroll, he still needed to accumulate space energy for a period of time, and this period of time was the best time for the enemy to attack. Back then, the three powerhouses of the Holy See from the Sacred Domain almost joined forces to break the space energy of the town return scroll. If it wasn't for Homelin, even if Ron ran away, he would be a corpse, let alone Ron, who was now at the peak of the Sacred Domain. With Ron's strength, breaking the space was a piece of cake. Vitala looked at the huge black hand grabbing at her, and her face turned pale. At the current speed, she wouldn't be able to escape. Meteor Fall. At this moment, Frit made his move, and this was the only reason he stayed. The powerful siren cast a Sacred Domain forbidden spell, and countless meteors fell from the sky, smashing towards the huge black hand. Unfortunately, the power of the Hand of Death was too strong, and the meteors smashed into the black hand, turning into countless flames and disappearing in the air. However, the powerful fire forbidden spell finally slowed down the speed of the Hand of Death, and at this time, the space energy finally finished accumulating. Ron, remember this. I will definitely come back. I will definitely, Vitala said loudly. At this moment, her face was full of malevolence, and her eyes were full of hatred. The space energy suddenly burst out with a cold light, and with a whoosh, Vitala disappeared from space. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Chapter 643. On the battlefield, it was a mess. Tens of thousands of merfolk corpses were lying on the ground. It was a miserable scene. Most of these corpses were incomplete, and many of them were swallowed by ghouls who liked to eat corpses. The 8th Merfolk Legion had been completely annihilated. Except for Vitala, no one had survived these violent undead. The whole town had been destroyed, and its original appearance could not be seen. Only the burning coral chariot was telling the tragedy of the battle just now. The undead army had disappeared, and only 2 figures stood on the battlefield, looking so abrupt. In the sky, countless black threads were forming, as if countless vengeful spirits were flying in the air, making mournful cries. These vengeful spirits were the souls of the dead Naga clan experts. Tens of thousands of souls formed a huge soul vortex, constantly rotating in the sky. The center of the vortex was Ron's current position. At this moment, Ron was standing there, with his eyes closed and his arms open, absorbing all the souls in the vortex. His body was entangled by countless souls, and from a distance, it looked like a thick black fog. Ron was greedily absorbing the souls of the dead Naga clan experts. These souls contained the power essence of the dead Naga clan experts, and absorbing them would be of great benefit. In fact, Ron's strength was growing rapidly and had reached an extremely terrifying level. Shea was like a guard waiting by Ron's side, holding her sword vigilantly. Her long white hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked at Ron with concern from time to time. What's wrong with him? At this time, footsteps came from afar, and Nicole's voice came at the same time. He's fine. Seeing Nicole's arrival, Shea frowned imperceptibly. After this battle, she also had a bad opinion of Nicole. If they hadn't taken this damn task, they wouldn't have had to go through such a near-death experience. The two of them almost lost their lives here. The difficulty of this task was far beyond their imagination. Nicole slightly turned her eyes away. Shaya's gaze made her feel extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on Ron. Although you possess the Book of Death, your understanding of the energy of death is extremely shallow. If you had truly grasped the law of death, your accomplishments wouldn't be limited to this. Nicole shook her head as she thought to herself. She did not say those words out loud. At this time, the whirlpool-like souls in the sky were finally absorbed by Ron, turning into soul force that entered his sea of consciousness. At this time, Ron finally opened his eyes. Ron, Shaya, and Nicole happily went up to him. The peak of the sacred domain. Nicole carefully looked at Ron, and her heart trembled. Just by absorbing the soul force of the dead Naga clan powerhouses on the battlefield, Ron had directly advanced from the high level of the sacred domain to the peak of the sacred domain. From this, one could see how much soul force he had absorbed. What a pity! The more he absorbs, the harder it is to suppress it, and the faster he will die after erupting. Nicole lamented in her heart. I already reminded him, but he didn't listen, so don't blame me. Shaya also discovered Ron's advancement, and her eyes were filled with joy. Congratulations, Ron. You've broken through to the peak of the sacred domain. Peak of the sacred domain, Ron muttered as he felt the flow of soul force in his body. His heart was filled with emotion. He had stayed in the sacred domain for a long time, and there had been no trace of a breakthrough until today. Only after absorbing the soul force of so many dead Naga clan powerhouses did he break through to the peak of the sacred domain in one fell swoop. The peak of the sacred domain, and the next step was the divine domain. Thinking of the divine domain, Ron's eyes became blazing. However, the more powerful a powerhouse like him was in the sacred domain, the more he knew the gap between the sacred domain and the divine domain. This gap might be a lifetime gap. The soul force required to break through to the divine domain was far more than that of the sacred domain. More than 100,000 souls of the Naga clan were enough for him to reach the peak of the sacred domain. How long would it take for him to break through to the divine domain? Even someone as strong as Homeland's grandfather was trapped in the sacred domain for 100,000 years. It could be seen that the divine domain was not that easy to break through. If only I could absorb a little more soul force. Recalling the nameless tower in his soul ring, Ron felt an indescribable sense of excitement. It was precisely because of this nameless tower that he could fearlessly absorb the soul energy of those dead experts without worrying about the backlash. He didn't have to be as careful as Nicole. Quietly looking at the simple and unremarkable soul ring in his hand, Ron knew in his heart that it was not simple at all. In the beginning, the soul ring was like an inexhaustible treasure to him. Almost infinite soul force could be emitted from it. Ron thought that the soul ring was a heaven-defying item that could provide infinite soul force. However, as his strength grew, he found that it was not the case. The soul force that the soul ring could provide was limited. The reason why he thought it was infinite was because his strength was too low at that time. For example, it was like comparing a drop of water and a glass of water. For a drop of water, a glass of water was too much, so much that people thought it was infinite. For a jar of water, a glass of water was too little, so little that it was pitiful. Ron was in such a state at that time. Later, Ron thought that the soul ring should be an item to store souls. Until he discovered the divine power of death, he thought that it was an item to store energy. Now, Ron discovered the secret of the transformation of soul force, which made him confused. However, Ron had always insisted that this soul ring was most likely a divine artifact, a genuine divine artifact, something that had been used by God. Nicole did not know that Ron had such a heaven-defying divine tool like the soul ring. She looked at Ron as if she was looking at a dead man. Nicole's gaze wandered as she asked blankly, "Apart from that princess, they are all dead?" "No." Ron recovered from his contemplation and shook his head. "There are two more people. They took advantage of the chaos to escape when I attacked." Judging from their auras, they should be the two people we met at the Lehman auction house. Oh, Nicole nodded noncommittally. She was not overly concerned about the whereabouts of the two people. Do we continue now? Nicole hesitated and asked tentatively. She was most afraid that Ron would leave her here and not take her to the place called Death Impasse. Let's go. Ron thought for a moment and looked into the distance with a profound gaze. After this battle, I believe that the Sea Tribe will not dare to bother us. Shea nodded silently. For a mercenary, the difficulty of accepting such a dangerous mission was far beyond her initial imagination. According to the rules, mercenaries could choose to give up. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied, she could only accept Ron's promise. The capital of the Sea Tribe, Gatali Mandan. Although the 8th Legion had already left, Gatali Mandan was as calm as ever. Most people did not know that the 8th Legion had been completely wiped out. For the Sea Tribe, losing a powerful legion was not enough to hurt the entire empire, but it was certain that the loss was great. The main hall of the Sea Race's imperial palace was spacious and bright. The surrounding azure water shadows flowed endlessly, making it seem like a dream. Wide stone steps were stacked up one by one. In the center of the hall, a coral-shaped throne stood tall, and a thin old man was sitting on it. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his long white hair casually hung down, as if it was telling the story of a long time. He was wearing a golden robe, and his whole body was filled with a noble aura. In his hand was a scepter that was taller than him. On each finger of his skinny hand, there were various rings of different shapes and sizes. Each of these rings was very valuable. Poseidon, the supreme ruler of the Sea Tribe in name, knelt in front of him. Princess Vitala, who had just used a town portal scroll to escape from the battlefield. After listening to Vitala's story, Poseidon's lips trembled a few times. The destruction of the 8th Legion had moved him. He did not expect that the opponent's strength would be so strong. Poseidon did not speak for a long time. He was thinking because Vitala had given him a difficult problem. After an unknown amount of time, Poseidon slowly raised his head. His gaze swept across his most beloved daughter kneeling in front of him, and he sighed. Vitala, have you thought it through? Reporting to father, I have thought it through. Vitala suddenly raised her head, and her eyes were red. My shame, the loss of a Sea Tribe, I will personally wash it away. Vitala's face was filled with bone-deep hatred. The war on Lonling Island had not only buried the entire 8th Legion, but also her childhood sweetheart and lover. This was Vitala's hatred, and also her shame. She would always remember that she was the one who led the 8th Legion out. She had to bear the greatest responsibility for the destruction of the 8th Legion. I will not avoid the responsibility of the 8th Legion. I will take responsibility until the end. Vitala said resolutely. If I can't do it, I will not return here. Poseidon moved his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. Sigh. Looking at the serious Vitala, Poseidon sighed again. He waved his hand and helplessly lowered it. At this moment, he looked at his daughter with eyes full of pity. Since you have decided, then go. Yes, father. Vitala listened and bowed deeply. Her eyes shone with an unyielding light. This time, I will complete the mission. I will not let you down. Chapter 644. In the open field, the grass gently swayed and the wind gently blew. On the plain, 3 travelers in black quietly walked, leaving a series of footprints on the soil of the Gobi Desert. The further they walked, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. In the distance, visible to the eye, a large black, cloud-like thing quietly floated, like a beast choosing a person to devour. At this time, the leading man in black stopped. He slightly raised his head, and his eyes revealed a deep gaze. What's wrong, Ron? Next to him, Shaya also stopped and asked. Her vigilant eyes were fixed on the surroundings. Nicole's petite body shrank back, and she looked at Ron with a blank expression. Ron didn't speak. He lowered his head, and with his swish sound, He unfolded the map in his hand. Ron looked quietly, his gloved hand moving on the map, and finally stopped at a point. He heavily slashed and said in a deep voice, "2 more days to the place you mentioned." Ron said slowly. He looked at the black cloud in the distance, and his eyes narrowed. "I don't know why, but the more we walk, the more oppressive I feel, as if there's something waiting for us in front." He glanced at Nicole. "I think it's time for you to tell us something." Being stared at by Ron, Nicole felt a little uncomfortable. She said, "What do you want me to tell you? For example, what are you going to do?" Ron said, his eyes staring at Nicole. "Didn't I tell you? I'm going there to find someone." Nicole opened her eyes wide, and with an innocent look, she looked at Ron and said, "Find who?" Ron asked further. Find my father." Nicole's eyes evaded, but she finally told the truth. "Father?" Ron stared blankly for a moment. He thought that Nicole's words didn't seem to have many flaws. But to go to such a dangerous place to find her father, Ron faintly felt that it was a little unreliable. At this time, Ron's face suddenly changed. He suddenly took a step back, and with a swish sound, he took out the dragon bone staff and shouted, "Who's there?" "Enemy." Hearing Ron shout, Shea and Nicole suddenly became nervous. Shea drew her sword, and Nicole jumped into Shea's arms like a frightened deer. At this time, a sharp voice was heard, as if it was everywhere, echoing in the open field, but they couldn't find its location. "What a powerful necromancer. I didn't expect you to discover me, even after I used the concealment spell." As soon as the voice fell, a dozen or so figures flashed out from the open field and approached them with a smile. Ron, Shea, and Nicole's hearts suddenly tightened. Ron could see that these people were all powerhouses of the sacred domain. They had powerful strength, and they had all kinds of professions. Their clothes were mainly black, and they emitted a demonic aura. Ron's heart trembled. What surprised him was that these people actually cultivated soul power. There were men and women of all professions. The leader was a young man with black hair and red eyes. His skin was filled with a demonic paleness. He wore light armor and didn't carry any weapons. He wore a pair of milky white pearl earrings that sparkled under the sun. This was a warrior who cultivated the power of the undead. Apart from him, Ron also saw a few familiar professions. A death knight like Shea, a necromancer like Nicole, and a necromancer like him. "Who are you?" Ron asked. He was always vigilant against these uninvited people, even though these people also cultivated the power of the undead. The leader of the undead warriors, laughed. He looked at Ron with interest, but didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked away. At this moment, his gaze fell on Nicole. He smiled and said, "Nicole, long time no see." "Nicole?" Ron felt that these people's temperament was somewhat similar to Nicole's. Could it be that these people are here to find her? Ron thought. He decided not to say anything and wait and see. He faintly felt that these people's arrival had a lot to do with Nicole's identity. Shea and Ron looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and took a step back. However, when Nicole saw these people, her body instinctively shrank back, and her eyes revealed a look of fear. When she realized that it was useless to hide, she stood out helplessly, forced a smile, and pretended to be happy. "Brother Gibbon, is it really you? You also came to the Shualan continent?" "Yes, it's me." The undead warrior called Gibbon smiled. He opened his mouth, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. "Your sister Susie and I have been looking for you for a long time." Beside Gibbon, a woman dressed like a necromancer walked up and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Nicole, I guessed that you would be here. Sure enough, I found you." "Yes, Sister Susie, I missed you too." Nicole's face was smiling brightly, but her body had a slight tremble. Her smiling face revealed a trace of faintly discernible fear. "Nicole? Who are they?" Ron asked. Nicole's face was a little helpless. "This is Sister Susie. This is..." Nicole briefly introduced them, and Ron found out that the necromancer called Susie was her sister, her biological sister. The undead warrior called Gibbon was her husband, and the others were their subordinates. Ron calmly observed the faces of these people. Although these people called Nicole's sister, he felt that they did not have good intentions. These people intentionally or unintentionally surrounded them. Ron had braved through all kinds of storms, so he was naturally not afraid of a few powerhouses from the sacred domain. However, what gave him a headache was that the undead warrior and the female necromancer were actually powerhouses at the peak of the sacred domain. This was a bit tricky. Gibbon's gaze fell on Ron, and he looked up and down with interest. His pale face was full of arrogance. Very good. You're very good. Gibbon walked around Ron and Shea with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of admiration, but it was as if he was looking at two animals. Gibbon walked around and returned to Ron. He smiled and said, "At such a young age, you're already at the peak of the sacred domain. Moreover, you're a human. It's hard to believe. Although this Death Knight is a little weak, he has a murderous aura on him. Not bad, I like it. I didn't think that there would be such a person in this low-level secondary plane. Then, I'll give you a chance." Gibbon smiled faintly and pointed his finger forward. His eyes were burning with passion. "Swear allegiance to me, what?" Ron and Shea frowned when they heard this. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such arrogant people. These people approached them aggressively and then forced them to swear allegiance to them. Ron sneered. Who did these people think they were? Wasn't it just a peak powerhouse of the sacred domain? They wanted him to swear allegiance to them? On what basis? Not to mention that Ron's strength was already at the peak of the sacred domain. Even if he wasn't, Ron wouldn't swear allegiance to these people of unknown origin. Gibbon smiled and crossed his arms, looking very confident. To him, asking Ron and Shea to swear allegiance to him was already giving them a lot of face. Ron didn't even need to think about it. He had already made a decision in an instant. "Sorry, I refuse." Ron shook his head and replied, "What?" Gibbon's eyes widened in astonishment. He never thought that Ron would refuse. "How dare you?" Gibbon's subordinates shouted, their faces full of anger. A necromancer reprimanded. "You're just a little necromancer who cultivated from a human. How dare you speak to His Highness Gibbon in such a tone? Are you tired of living?" Another Death Knight shouted, "Let me tell you, His Highness Gibbon has a noble status. It's your fortune that he took a fancy to you. Why aren't you kneeling?" A necromancer shouted with a cold face, "Those who offend His Highness will be killed without mercy." As soon as Ron's voice fell, the crowd suddenly surged, as if Ron's refusal of His Highness Gibbon's invitation was a disgraceful thing. Ron didn't put these people in his eyes. His eyes were still fixed on Gibbon, and he said without yielding an inch, "I, Ron, will never swear allegiance to anyone. You are no exception," and with that he paused and raised his head slightly, his eyes shining. "I also don't think you are qualified for me to swear allegiance to. Boy, you've got guts." Gibbon was so angry that he laughed. "A lowly race dares to speak to me in such a tone. If it weren't for the fact that you also practice necromancy, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Gibbon smiled coldly and shook his head at the Death Knight behind him. "Roberta, tell him my identity." "Yes, His Highness Gibbon." The Death Knight, named Roberta, a middle-aged man, nodded and stepped forward, nodding solemnly. "His Highness wants me to tell you that he is the commander of the Plague Legion from the main plane of the undead, the seventh son of the Dread Lord, the powerful His Highness Gibbon. Plague Legion from the main plane of the undead." Ron's expression changed, and he seemed to have suddenly remembered something. The Lich King's scourge seemed to also come from the main plane of the undead. Seeing Ron's shocked expression, Gibbon's face showed a satisfied expression, and his tone softened. "Ha! What a young and impetuous fellow. I can understand your stubbornness. You inferior races from the secondary planes might have practiced powerful necromancy magic, but many people don't know of our existence. Let me tell you, we come from the highest main plane of the undead. Even if we practice the same soul force, we are a noble race that is blessed by the great god of death, and we are completely different from lowly races like you who practice soul force. Lowly races like you will never understand the true meaning of the law of death. We are the race most suited to practicing soul force. From birth, we have powerful souls, and on the path of practicing the law of death, we are many times stronger than ordinary lowly races like you. Gibbon smiled slightly, his face full of arrogance, like an emperor looking at his subjects. Chapter 645. The Undead Clan. Ron sucked in a breath of cold air. He understood that these people were from the same clan as Nicole. They were all from the Undead Clan from the higher planes. At this moment, Ron thought of Hermes, the leader of the Calamity Army. His appearance and temperament were very similar to these people. In other words, he was also from the Undead Clan. Gibbon smiled slightly. At this moment, he took another step forward with an aggressive look in his eyes. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down immediately. Now." "No." Ron refused again without thinking. At this moment, he was extremely disgusted with this young man in front of him. What? Gibbon did not expect Ron to refuse again. "Kid, you're courting death." At this moment, Gibbon's eyes glowed red, emitting a cold, killing intent. At the same time, his soul power exploded, and a powerful force filled the entire space. Ron snorted coldly. He slightly trembled, and the soul power in his body was also operating at high speed, resisting Gibbon's power. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Everyone tensed up. Shea clenched the sword in her hand, and her face turned cold. The two forces intertwined and resisted each other. No one was at a disadvantage, and the aura in the air was suffocating. The killing intent gradually condensed, and the Undead Clan members also pulled out weapons from their spatial rings with tense faces. Nicole's face was filled with horror. She held her staff tightly, and her petite body could not help but tremble. Wait! Just as the battle was about to break out, Nicole's sister, Susie, reached out and stopped Gibbon. She said impatiently, "Gibbon, how many times have I told you? Don't do these useless things. It's more important to get down to business as soon as possible." Business? When Gibbon heard this, he immediately put away his serious expression and revealed a smile. "That's right. I almost forgot about business." Gibbon retracted his soul power and then glared at Ron fiercely. "Kid, wait until I'm done with business. I'll settle this with you later." Although the two of them were husband and wife, it was obvious that Susie was the leader of the two. Seeing that Gibbon had dispersed his hostility, Ron also dispersed his soul power. He was not a battle maniac. It would be best if they could avoid a fight. If they really fought, his side might not have the upper hand. The other party was also a peerless powerhouse who cultivated soul power. Seeing that a fight was not going to happen, Shea also heaved a sigh of relief. But she did not withdraw her weapon and held it tightly in her hand. Susie nodded. Like Shea, this extremely beautiful undead woman also had long white hair. However, Shea's hair was silver white, while her hair was pure white. Her gaze fell on Nicole, and her expression froze. She coldly shouted, "Nicole, hand over the item." Nicole cursed in her heart. Susie's cold stare made her feel uneasy. Faced with her sister's questioning, she decided to play dumb. "Sister, what are you talking about?" "What? You still want to play dumb?" Susie raised her eyebrows. "Don't think I don't know. Father gave you that thing before he left, so it must be on you. Hand it over immediately." "Yes," Gibbon chimed in. "Hand it over." I. Nicole dodged her eyes and took a step back. Her face was full of horror. "Nicole, hand it over." Susie took a step forward and leaned forward. Her face was cold. "You know the importance of this thing, but you have to know that you don't have the ability to protect it. Hand it over to me. It's the best choice." "That's right." Gibbon also took a step forward. "I also know that other forces are also looking for it. If it falls into their hands, it will be troublesome. No matter what, we are of the undead lineage. Your sister is also my wife. Leave it to me. I am the most suitable candidate. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being impolite." Susie snorted coldly and threatened. At this time, the subordinates began to gather around. Their faces were full of greedy eyes. It was an aggressive force. I, I. Nicole's face was pale. Her body kept retreating, like a caged sheep surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Suddenly, Nicole felt a heavy weight on her body. It was a hand on her shoulder. She looked up and met Ron's eyes. "Hand it over to me," Ron said in a deep voice. Nicole only felt warmth in her heart. Ron's eyes had a calming power. Every time in a critical moment, he would always stand up bravely. At this moment, Nicole only felt very guilty. She only used a few thousand black crystal coins to make Ron work for her. Considering that he had saved her several times, it was not much to multiply it by 10 times. Bin's eyes narrowed, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. "Boy, you want to meddle in other people's business?" "Yes." Ron took a deep breath and said slowly, "I'm a mercenary. She is the person I want to protect. So I'm sorry, before the mission is completed, I won't allow you to hurt her or force her to do anything she doesn't want to do." "Boy, do you know what you're doing?" Susie snapped. "Let me tell you, this is not something you can meddle in. Kill him." Bin's eyes were filled with hatred. "These two guys are in the way. It seems that they are tired of living. Kill these two guys first, then make the little girl hand over that thing," Susie said with a frosty expression, her face full of killing intent. Swish. Those people all pulled out their weapons. This time, they would not be polite to Ron. To them, a non-undead inferior race dared to provoke His Highness Bin. That was courting death. The killing intent condensed again, and the atmosphere dropped to the freezing point. "We still have to fight," Ron sighed helplessly. At this moment, he was ready to fight in an instant. His face showed a dignified expression. Facing the undead who also cultivated soul force, his heart was full of nervousness. Shea summoned the nightmare beast, and the other death knights also summoned their mounts. It was a Nazaris death horse, a powerful undead creature. They were all experts at the peak of the sacred domain, and what they competed in was the comprehension of the law of death. Facing the undead from the main plane, Ron did not have much confidence in his heart. In terms of strength, Ron was absolutely at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, he did not shrink back because he felt a heavy force on his body. That was his responsibility. "Wait!" At this time, Nicole suddenly stood up and stopped those people from besieging Ron. "What? Have you figured it out?" Susie smiled coldly. "No matter how you struggle, it's useless. After I catch you, I'll kill you and then use the soul surge method to get what I want from your soul." Susie's eyes were full of resentment. Among her father's more than 10 children, he treated Nicole the best. He gave her everything, even the symbol of power, to Nicole. It was clear that he trusted her. However, Susie really could not understand. In her father's eyes, she, who had the strength of the sacred domain, could not compare to Nicole, who only had the strength of a master, even though they were half-sisters. What was the reason for this? Jealousy, resentment, and unwillingness gnawed at Susie, causing her to be filled with killing intent towards her sister. After her father's death, this killing intent rose to the peak. It was precisely because of this that Nicole tried to escape and even ran to the secondary plane. Nicole sighed slightly. The temptation of that thing was too strong. Everyone almost broke their heads for it. But Nicole could not hand it over because she wanted to find its true owner. Who should I give this thing to? Nicole's eyes turned, and she instantly thought of a bad idea. "Give it to me. Give it to me." Susie and Bin both rushed to say, "You still want to play tricks?" Susie quickly saw through Nicole's thoughts and said with a sneer. At this time, Susie glared fiercely at Bin and said coldly, "I am father's daughter. Naturally, I will inherit his things." Bin's mouth moved, but he did not say anything. However, his face was full of unwillingness, but after a moment, a sneer appeared on his face. Nicole coldly looked at the expressions of these two and laughed inwardly. These two were not easy to deal with. "I can give it to you," Nicole thought for a moment and said, "but I have a condition." "You still have the right to make conditions with me?" Susie said with a sneer. At this time, she glanced at Ron and hesitated, her eyes full of fear. "But it's good to hear it. What are your conditions?" "First of all, The thing is not on me. Also, if you force me, I will soul self-destruct so that you can't get what you want." Nicole chuckled. She gave herself a shot of confidence first before she continued. "I want to go to that place." Nicole pointed to the distance. At the end of the distance, there was a black fog that looked like a dark cloud. The ancient ruins, the death zone. It was also the place that Nicole asked Ron to take her to. "I believe that he must still be in this world." At this moment, Nicole said, her tone was full of determination. "As long as we reach that place, no matter what the result is, I will give that thing to you. This is my condition." Just that? When Susie heard this, she hesitated for a moment. From here, it was about a 2-day journey. This was really a simple condition, but she was not sure if Nicole was playing with her. Although this little girl's strength was not high, she was extremely smart. In terms of intelligence, Susie had suffered more than once. Susie turned her gaze to Gibbon. Gibbon thought for a moment and nodded. If Nicole was willing to take the initiative to hand over that thing, that would be the best. If she had to soul self-destruct, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Besides, it was only 2 days they could afford to wait. "Well, I'll give you 2 days, but we have to go with you," Gibbon said. He glared at Nicole and said sternly, "Remember, don't play any tricks." "Don't worry, brother-in-law, of course I won't." Nicole smiled. Her smile was very bright, like a blooming flower. "Let's go." Gibbon waved his hand and let the others withdraw their weapons. Ron and Shea looked at each other and also put away their weapons. The purpose of this trip was the same as theirs. There was no conflict, so Ron could only agree. More than 10 figures flew into the sky. All of them escorted Nicole all the way to the black fog. As if afraid that Nicole would escape, the undead surrounded Ron and the other two like an iron bucket. Their vigilant eyes constantly scanned them. Nicole was held tightly in Shea's arms, as if she could only find a trace of security in her. "Nicole, I know you're looking for Father," Susie said to Nicole while flying. "But I can tell you with certainty that Father is dead. This is an undeniable fact." Nicole didn't say anything. She pursed her lips tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, and a stubborn expression on her face. Ron looked at Nicole's stubborn face and couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. He thought for a moment and said to Nicole using soul sound transmission, "Nicole, if you don't want to give that thing to him, then let me deal with this matter." Soul sound transmission was a communication between the two of them. The others didn't know about it, including Shea, who was close to Nicole. Ron expressed his position in front of Nicole. Even if Nicole refused, he would protect her. "Ron, thank you, but there's no need for that." Nicole received Ron's soul sound transmission. She smiled sweetly at him and replied using soul sound transmission, "I'm going there to find my father. If my father is there, then they won't dare to snatch it. I'll return that thing to my father. If my father is no longer there." At this point, she lowered her head and said softly with a sad face, Chapter 646. Beside the vast sea, there was a beautiful figure standing on a protruding rock. Vitala's body was straight. Her pale face was filled with determination. She was like a mermaid as she gently slapped the surface of the water, splashing a series of waves. The calm sea was sparkling, the wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. It was a harmonious scene. In front of Vitala was a floating flame. The flame seemed to have a life of its own as it burned fiercely. In the flame, a woman's head appeared. This woman was the superior that Vitala mentioned. She was also the one who ordered her to snatch Nicole's things. "Vitala, have you really thought it through?" The woman in the flame spoke. She said to Vitala, "Yes, madam, I have thought it through." Vitala said respectfully. Her eyes flashed with anger. "I must kill him and avenge my people." The woman in the flame heard this and became silent. She did not immediately answer. The atmosphere was a bit dull. There was only the sound of the water gently splashing. Vitala stood in front of the woman in the flame. Her face was filled with determination. Seeing that the superior did not speak, Vitala became nervous. She gritted her teeth and knelt down on one knee. She said resolutely, "Madam, please grant my wish." Sigh. The woman in the flames sighed. Her eyes were filled with regret. "Since you insist, why should I be stingy with a demon seed? Forget it." It turned out that Vitala had been begging the superior to give her something. This thing was a demon seed. It was said that after eating the demon seed, one could obtain great power. Vitala's eyes flashed with passion. She lowered her head and bowed deeply. "Thank you, madam, for your reward." The woman in the flames smiled faintly, then her expression froze. With a boom, the flames suddenly expanded. The small flame turned into a huge fireball. Not long after, a woman walked out of the fireball. She was from a strange race. She was very beautiful. At this moment, she was naked and her face was filled with arrogance. Cold and elegant. The woman slightly stretched out her slender, jade-like hand, and not long after, a ball of flame appeared in her palm. The flames gradually condensed into a ball the size of a ping-pong ball. That small sphere contained a huge amount of power. That power was enough to make the mighty ones of the sacred domain tremble. The ball spun in the woman's palm, emitting flames from time to time. "This is the demon seed." The woman glanced at Vitala and said, "That's right. You can obtain great power after eating it. But I have to remind you that it can make people lose their nature and become violent and bloodthirsty. At the same time, it can invade your mind and control your mind, turning you into a complete demon. Do you still want it now?" The woman said. Her expression remained calm. Vitala slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination. "Yes, sir, I am willing." The woman nodded and handed the powerful demon seed to Vitala. Vitara stood up. She held the demon seed in her hands trembling. She knew that if she ate it, she would have the power she could only dream of. The woman said indifferently, "Now that the demon seed has been given to you, don't let me down again about that divine artifact." The woman sighed. "No matter how strong that little girl is, she's only a master-level expert. To me, she's like an ant. To be honest, I didn't expect this matter to become so complicated. Divine weapons of the necromancy system are of no use to me, but the meaning behind this divine weapon is extremely important." The woman muttered to herself, "Forget it. I won't say any more." The woman waved her hand weakly. "In short, I must obtain that divine artifact no matter what. Vitala, if you can't complete this matter." She glanced at Vitala, her gaze gradually becoming stern. "You and your people will be punished." As he spoke, a powerful pressure pressed down on Vitara with an overwhelming force. For a moment, the surrounding space was sealed, and even the air became suffocating. "Yes, my lady, I will complete it." In an instant, Vitala broke out in cold sweat, and her body trembled. She stabilized her thoughts and said in a low voice. At the same time, she swore in her heart that this time, she would not fail again. The woman nodded her head, and with a swoosh, the oppressive aura disappeared without a trace. According to the information I received, the undead from the main undead dimension have arrived at the Shualan continent subdimension. Their goal is to have sex with me. Vitala, I hate those undead. You know that. The woman smiled coldly, and her body slowly turned into a ball of flames and disappeared. On the reef, Vitala stood quietly, her long shadow drawn out under the sunlight. Her long tail gently slapped the water surface, showing that she was extremely conflicted. Vitala's eyes fell on the demon seed in her hand. She remembered the scene of the 8th Army being destroyed. At this moment, she suddenly made up her mind. Vitala held up the demon seed in her hand. She closed her eyes and slowly opened her small cherry mouth. With a gulp, Vitala swallowed the demon seed in her hand in one gulp. Bits of white clouds flew past, and the world was silent. Only the sound of the waves hitting the reef and Vitala's heartbeat could be heard. Vitala stood on the reef with her eyes closed. She was motionless, just like a beautiful mermaid statue. Suddenly, Vitala's body shook, and she opened her eyes. It was a pair of blood-red eyes, containing a cold, murderous aura. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The clear sky became covered with dark clouds, and the entire space became dark. The entire sea seemed to be boiling, and waves more than 10 feet high rose. Huh! At this time, Vitala shouted, and a powerful force spread out with her as the center. Boom! 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 Countless waves of water surged, as if the sea was overturned. The entire space was filled with a powerful force, and this force caused the entire continent to tremble. Earthquake! Earthquake! Not far from Gadali Mandan, the entire city was shrouded in darkness. The earth was shaking, the sea was boiling, and countless lightning filled the sky. All the residents had a strong look of panic on their faces, as if the end of the world was coming. Some people began to flee in panic, and they did not even know where to run to. Under this power, they seemed so small and insignificant. The powerful force continued to spread in all directions, and wherever it went, it caused the heavens to tremble. This was a powerful destructive force between heaven and earth. In the palace of the sea race, countless gravel fell from the ceiling. The Sea Emperor Poseidon sat quietly, motionless, and let the gravel fall on his hair, his body. He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance, as if he wanted to see through the fog in the distance. His turbid eyes revealed a trace of tragic desolation. Finally, it's here. In a tower in Gadali Mandan, an old man stood. His face was pale, and his brown robe fluttered gently in the wind. He was the prophet of the sea race, Gamma, sacred priest. At this moment, Gamma's sacred priest was looking into the distance, and his eyes revealed infinite regret. I've said long ago not to intervene in the war between the main planes. We, the sea race, are not qualified. Gamma murmured, as if blaming Vitala, but also as if talking to himself. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Vitala, the price you've paid for the sea race is too great. In the sea, a huge energy vortex formed, and countless lightnings struck down, illuminating the dark sky as bright as day. Vitala was in the center of the vortex, and countless seawater revolved around the reef she was standing on. Vitala's power was constantly increasing, and it hit the critical point again and again. At this moment, she was like a terrifying and ferocious beast, and her body emitted a dangerous aura. Vitala's face was distorted, and the veins on her face were exposed. Her thin and weak body trembled, as if she was enduring great pain. Finally, she let out a long howl. Ah! Boom! The sea's surface rippled again, and an even stronger force spread with Vitala as the center. At this moment, two strange protrusions appeared on Vitala's back, and they kept twisting and struggling, as if something was about to break out of the ground. At this moment, Vitala's head suddenly rose. Swoosh! The two protrusions on her back suddenly exploded, revealing a pair of huge, black wings. Demonic wings. The huge demonic wings flapped gently, as if mocking this weak world. At this moment, Vitala's body changed again. Her body suddenly became huge, and two huge horns grew on her head. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her slender hands turned into sharp claws. At this moment, Vitala had become a huge monster. She was 20 meters tall, and there were huge demonic wings on her back. She had two huge horns on her head and a few small horns on her chin. She looked abnormally ferocious. The once beautiful girl had disappeared, and in her place was a complete monster. Her upper body was naked, and her fishtail-like lower body had turned into two long legs. It was a pair of monster legs, thick and powerful. Her huge leg claws tightly grasped the reef under her feet, and she stood still in the wind like an iron tower. Berserk, crazy, and bloodthirsty. This was the true portrayal of Vitala at this moment. At this moment, it was raining heavily. Lightning flashed in the sky, and countless torrential rain, mixed with the wind, kept beating on Vitala's tall body. From today onwards, I am no longer the merfolk Princess Vitala. My name is—" At this moment, Vitala slowly raised her head. She smiled coldly, and two sharp canine teeth appeared at the corner of her mouth. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.